Mayor Savage, we are now streaming. You can begin the meeting on your call.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. All right, good morning, everybody. It is the first day of March, which means it must be St. David's Day for all those of Welsh descent. Lachida for all of our Welsh listeners and watchers. I want to begin our meeting of today by acknowledging that we're in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. In Nova Scotia, we are all treaty people. We recognize, respect, and follow the traditions and the treaties that were signed between the Mi'kmaq and the Crown here in Jabuktuk. I want to we acknowledged on Friday the horrific act of aggression against the independent democratic country of Ukraine. I see some of you, Councillor Mason has got the Ukraine flag, which has flown at City Hall. It was here on Saturday when people gathered to condemn the aggression and the invasion of Ukraine. I think maybe we'll just begin, folks, with a moment of silence in our places and think about those who are being impacted by this horrific act of aggression. So maybe we'll just take a moment of silence and think about all those who are going through incredible hardship. Those in Ukraine, of course, also those of Ukrainian descent, many of whom live in Canada, and a number of whom live here in HRM. We'll take a moment of silence. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to begin, as we always do, by just going through our councils, make sure that people's cameras and voices are working this morning, and to make sure we know who's with us. And I'm going to do it in reverse order today, shake things up since it's March. It's almost summer. Councillor Outfit.
I wasn't quite ready for that March shake-up there, Mr. Mayor. Good morning from sunny but cold Bedford Wentworth to all my colleagues and staff. Looking forward to today.
Good morning. Our redoubtable chair of Audit and Finance, Councillor Russell. Good morning.
Good morning from Lower Sackville. I was at City Hall yesterday and was pleased to be able to get the picture that is behind me with City Hall in the background, the Ukrainian flag having been raised on the flagpole in the foreground. So thank you. Looking forward to a good day.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Blackburn.
Hello, good morning, my council colleagues, and good morning to staff and residents. Today I wear yellow and blue in support of our Ukrainian residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Good morning. Bonjour mes collègues. Voici mars, le mois de la francophonie. This month we're going to be celebrating Francophone culture, the French language. We're going to have all kinds of events and information is available on the halifax.ca website. So I hope you can come out and celebrate Francophonie. Merci.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini and I had the chance to raise the flag this morning with a number of members of our community. Councillor Stoddard, good morning.
Good morning to my colleagues, Mr. Mayor, and those watching from home, and of course our staff. I had Black History Month go out with a bang last night. I did a presentation on Zoom to AJ Smeltzer Junior High in Lower Sackville, and I ended the evening with a presentation to the Brownie Group out here in Timberley at St. Andrew's Church. It was wonderful.
Sounds awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Cuttle.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here in District 11 representing Sprothfield, Sambro Loop, and Prospect communities.
Beautiful. Councillor Morse, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, staff. Looking forward to a productive day.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Cleary.
Good morning, Your Worship, colleagues, residents. Happy to be here, ready to get going.
Councillor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, colleagues. Happy to be here. Look forward to getting work done.
Beautiful. Councillor Mason, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Happy to be here to represent Halifax Regional Municipality and District 7.
Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Everybody watching, representing District 6 in Dartmouth. All set to go.
Beautiful. Councillor Austin.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, ready for a good day.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. Thank you.
Councillor Kent, good morning. Is Councillor Kent with us yet? Okay. Proudly flying the Red Dragon of Wales, Councillor Hensby.
Good morning, all, and all Davids are saints on this day. Anyway, I'd say happy St. David's Day, and to the Welsh population, all the best.
Indeed, yeah. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, staff, and anyone that's watching. So thank you so much for the reverse order today. I love it.
Yeah, did I miss anybody? I'm not used to going reverse. I think we got everybody. Thank you all very much. Councillor Mr. Dubé, you're with us this morning?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, council. Good morning, residents, citizens.
Beautiful. All right. Mr. Traves, I know the clerk is here. Mr. Traves, you're with us?
I am. Good morning, Mayor, members of council.
All right, good morning. Okay, colleagues, we will go to community announcements and acknowledgements. Anybody today? I don't see anybody. Is anybody putting something together in their mind as we go? Councillor Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to acknowledge International Women's Day that's coming up. And I know that Councillor Stoddart has something going on behalf of HRM, so I hope she's going to mention that. But, you know, around the world right now, people are watching women in Ukraine in particular. Women have stepped up to fight alongside men in the Ukraine, and right now my understanding is just under 20% of the Ukraine army is made up of women. They are working hard to save their country. So I just wanted to mention that International Women's Day this year kind of has a different feel to it as we support our friends and colleagues and loved ones in the Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Not?
If I may, this upcoming Wednesday, there will be an in-person meeting of the Eastern Shore Joint Emergency Management Team. Will be held at the Gatesbrook Legion at 7 o'clock. So get ready for the season ahead for weather.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't see anybody else wanting to make any announcements, so that's fine. Thank you. Does somebody want to consider the approval of minutes from February 8th and 15th and Committee of the Whole of February 15th?
I'll move that, Councillor Russell.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The approval of our order of business, additions, deletions. Mr. Clerk?
Good morning. There is one addition from the clerk's office today, item 17.2, in camera item personnel matter.
17.2 is added, is on our agendas. Anybody else? Does somebody want to move the order of business?
I'll move that as well. Councillor Russell.
Saw
Second.
Councillor Stoddard's hand, seconded by Councillor Russell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's our agenda with the one addition. Consent agenda. Does anybody want to take something off consent? If Councillor Austin, perhaps?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, could we take the Nourish item? I think it's 15.3.3.
15.3.3 will be taken off consent. Councillor Austin, would you move the rest of the consent items?
Sure, I will move the consent agenda.
And I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell, just giving people a chance if there's anything else they want to do. 15.3.3, which is the Nourish Nova Scotia, coming from, I think, audit, or community planning and economic development, will be taken off consent. The other items I'll mention when it's passed. Ready for the question on the consent agenda as amended?
Question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Sorry, in favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I'm voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
The motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
Thank you.
That motion carries. So we have passed the following items on consent. 15.1.2. That's the Halifax Port Authority Fish Passage Project in Dartmouth, passed on consent. 15.1.3. That's an increase to a purchase order for an emergency tire procurement with Michelin. 15.2.1, which is alternative procurement coming out of audit and finance on the Broad Street roundabout. 15.2.2, which is the write-off of uncollectibles coming out of audit and finance. 15.4.1, the declining water levels in Williams Lake is passed on consent. I want to thank the young 7-year-old resident near Williams Lake who sent me a letter. I thank him for his interest in that. So those items have passed on consent. Business arising from the minutes. Calls for declaration of conflict of interest. Motions of reconsideration and rescission are none. We move to consideration of deferred business coming from January 25th. In the name of the Deputy Mayor Lovelace, which is the Public Safety Strategy Annual Update. Deputy Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank staff profusely. This has been something that's been, expected in January. We've postponed it, and I know that there were some difficult family situations for Amy Siciliano, and so I just want to thank you, Amy, for the work that you've done. And again, our condolences to you and your family. This is really timely, Mr. Mayor, because having had just received the defunding report, having gone through, numerous police commission meetings, as well as the police budget, I think this is a really good opportunity now for us to have this discussion. So, sometimes I like to say everything happens for a reason. So here we are. We have this report that gives us an overview of public safety. from our public safety office, which, as I've been reminded by staff, this is a policy shop, right? This isn't an operational shop where they're going out and about into the community doing this work. So what Amy and her team has done is compiled this report and gives us an overview of what's happened over the last year. Now, I have chatted with Amy and raised a number of concerns, which I'm just going to put forward here today about what isn't in this report. And what I don't see is a lens that recognizes the rural population that we have. HRM has the largest rural population in all of Nova Scotia. So to look through this report and not see rural reflected is concerning. The only reference to rural is in regards to transportation. Now, when we have the business unit of Parks and Recreation talking about their budget, it was clarified that roughly $700,000 is spent or lost on vandalism in our parks. Now, that's not all in the rural area, but obviously that is a concern, and we continue to see that in rural areas, whether there's a lack of lighting, issues with access, visibility overall of these park assets. In addition, we know that we've been hearing from the mass casualty report, and the commission has discussed that in rural communities of Nova Scotia overall, policing is a concern, the lack of policing and the lack of resources for policing in rural areas. So I wanted to highlight my rural concerns, and in particular, one of the issues that I want to put on the floor here for consideration for our public safety office is domestic violence. And we have here operating in Nova Scotia, including in HRM, Shelter Movers, which is a volunteer organization that goes into homes where women and families have been abused and are living with an abuser, and they move them from that house into another house. Now, these volunteers rely on HRP and RCMP to support the work that they do, because when they go in to move the belongings and the family out of this home, there could be weapons present, prior arrests, prior sexualized violence, issues of assault, and so on and so forth. So there's, it's a very frightening situation. It's dangerous. We do need a stronger support for domestic violence survivors. So I just wanted to raise that, because in addition to the information that we received, Mr. Mayor, at the police budget, where we saw that HRP seized 264 firearms and RCMP seized 385 in HRM just last year. It kind of brings home when you have these situations with these women and their children trying to get out of the house. I just want to ensure that the Public Safety Office is tuned into this and able to assist in supporting, from a better volunteer coordination perspective for these folks who are trying to assist these families. So I'll leave it there. I look forward to the conversation. I wonder if Amy can just speak a little bit to how the police are actually working with these community groups to support women and children in violent situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Amy Siciliano, Public Safety Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. Well, I can't speak to specifically what the police are doing. Perhaps Chief Kinsella is on the call and can talk to that in more detail. I can tell you that, when we started the public safety strategy, one of the very first things we did was identify where we had gaps in services, and that led to us joining the UN Women's Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces program. Subsequently, that program has its own resource within HRM, and we've rebranded it as our own Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces. And we have a full-time coordinator, and as you saw in the staff report, a scoping study, which allows us to see, what work is being done on the ground, where there are additional gaps, and where we can collaborate with partners to do more. So that work is just getting underway, and Amy Brierly, the other Amy in our office, is at council today and can speak perhaps in more detail to that. But we work with TESS, so the Trafficking Elimination and Support System. So we sit there to help identify where HRM can do more in relation to violence against women and girls and gender diverse folks. We collaborate with victim services, particularly through our community mobilization team, and we provide training to residents, not specifically related to domestic violence, but some of the risk factors that contribute to that. And I think I'd like to say also that one of the things that I see really valuable about this new program, the Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces, is that I'd like, and I know Amy shares this thought with me, I'd like us to think about how we can use our public spaces, so our municipal assets, rec centers, our parks, and think about, what are ways that we can support those who are impacted by domestic violence better. So sometimes that's training, sometimes maybe that could be a safe space. I know the libraries are considering doing some interesting work in this way, like maybe opening up our facilities at times when women and children and others are at greater risk for domestic violence. So I think that there's lots of opportunities and certainly lots of work for us to do. And we are in a position now where we're a bit better resourced to support that work. If you'd like me to speak to the rural, I would be very happy to, because since we spoke, I think it was last month, Deputy Mayor, something that was on the back burner has come to the front now, and we are going to be offering a rural crime prevention training to, I know councillors have been invited, and we're hoping that councillors can help us identify community leaders who could benefit from this training. I've reached out to some of our partners at RAC, and we'll continue to do that to try and get a kind of a core group of folks who work in rural spaces to take this training. And so it's a pretty intensive training. I think it's 3 days, 4 hours a day. And then we're going to follow that up with a national knowledge exchange workshop that allows us to learn from communities across Canada on things that are working to address rural crime. So some of the outcomes that we're anticipating are, building capacity at the local level. So helping folks identify things that they can do locally to prevent crime and victimization. Looking at the national rural crime prevention framework and seeing what pieces that we can pull from there right now and what pieces maybe we can resource in the future. Giving us some tools and resources that we can use at the Public Safety Office to better address rural crime, and networking with folks around the country to see what's working. I'd also just like to add that the individual who's leading that training from the Canadian National Crime Prevention Network is going to be sitting on our advisory board for the renewal of the public safety strategy. So we'll be able to bring the learnings from her, but also that, from the training that she's been facilitating, and embed those in our new public safety strategy.
That's excellent. Just thinking about, that intentional capacity building within the rural communities and linking in those nonprofit organizations and ensuring that we're all moving forward. I feel good about that, and I appreciate all the work that you do and the team. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cottle, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And good morning, Amy. I was glad to see this public strategy brought forward too. I think in the past year, there's a lot in our public strategy that we could have referred to and leaned on in helping us inform, many of our responses to issues in the city, particularly around homelessness. While there is a lot of policy there is actually some operations, if I'm correct, particularly around the community was it community mobilization teams, which are fantastic projects, and I'm familiar with those from my previous time in the North End. And I guess the question is, will those be expanding? Will there be any more community mobilization team projects happening or planned for other parts of the city? In particular, I think about Spryfield and many of the challenges that exist here with addressing issues of poverty, addressing issues of crime and of youth. There is a high, it's well known and well established and documented that there is a high need in this neighborhood for more supports. Also, I just want to point out, and I wonder how this fits with the public safety strategy, particularly in the rural aspect that Deputy Mayor Lovelace was speaking to. I was really impressed to see at the new fire station in Williamswood that there is a safe room there, and that people who are in danger can go there. They can enter the space and lock it, and there's a phone there to call for help. When I first saw this, I thought, what an asset to have in a rural community, having a safe place to go, and that same space is also set up as a community room to help communities with donations and food drives and other community needs. So I thought that was a really interesting model, and I'm wondering what are the connections between initiatives like that and the public safety strategy? Are there other spaces like this throughout the municipality? Are they being mapped? Are they being promoted? And how can we better leverage those assets in our public safety strategy for our rural communities? And finally, just about the youth services plan, this comes back to, again, I'm seeing that we have youth programming in our libraries, youth programming through like the Den and projects like that. There's a youth center proposed for Spryfield, and sometimes I'm not 100% sure how all the dots connect, particularly when we're looking at strategic financial investments. So I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to that, because I would really like to see that that youth project happen in Spryfield this year, and I'm just wondering how that fits with the initiatives of the Public Safety Office.
Amy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor. Community mobilization teams in Spryfield, we had an early meeting with our previous manager of engagement, Lillian Ash, and Craig Upshaw from HRP, with some folks in Spryfield. I'm not sure that went any further than an initial meeting, and that's partly because we lost a couple staff over the past 2 months, and now we have a new manager of programs and engagement, Ian David, who I'm sure you'll meet if you haven't already, who can help revitalize that again. So I think there's interest in Spryfield. I mean, for us, it's a bit of a question of capacity. We are a team of 4 and a huge geography. So we try, we have historically tried to focus on areas that we know are in greater need, and Spryfield is certainly one of those. So I think it makes sense for us to start working in there. And again, we were, and we'll continue to do so now that we're back up almost to capacity, just down 1, but hopefully it's coming in the next couple of weeks, our new staff person. So in terms of those types of spaces, within fire and rural areas, I'm hoping that a couple of things are going to help us identify where those spaces are and potentially where they could be. As I referred to earlier with the Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces program, a part of that work, I think, is identifying where we can use our municipal assets better to help address gender-based violence and get a better sense of what's out there already. We know some of those spaces, but we don't know all of them. And youth programming, to try and make sure that we are coordinating our efforts better. our community outreach coordinator, sits in a working group with Becca Bishop, the youth community developer, Antonio Simmons from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and I believe there's somebody at libraries as well. And the point of that working group was really to make sure that we're all on the same page and kind of pooling our resources together. So I don't have the most recent update on the work that has been proposed for Spryfield, but you know, I think somebody from Parks and Rec who's on the call might be able to speak to that better. I hope I got all your questions.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, please connect to that Spryfield. Great.
Councillor Cuddle, I got to stop you there. We're well past 5 minutes. You can come back. Thank you. Was there somebody else who wanted to speak to that, as Amy indicated? Maybe they can follow up directly. Amy, maybe you can ask that they follow up directly with the councillor if that's possible. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Amy, for being here to answer our questions. My concern is we have a new absent house that is coming to District 12 sometime this year. It is a safe house for women and children to stay in for an extended period of time until they find other accommodations. I'm just wondering, does somebody in your office get in touch with this new absent house or director just to make sure that there is some type of security? Because it's not a location that is secret. It is a location that the whole community knows about. It's been advertised. So I'm just wondering, like, is there something that you do when a new center opens, please? And my other question is, we're also in the process of designing a new community center in District 12. And I'm just wondering if I could help your organization probably promote a safe room in this community center. So I think would be helpful. Currently they have a room, I'm sorry, what it's called, emergency room. And I would like to see maybe another portion of that building to be used as a safe room. So I'm just wondering if there's somebody I could talk to about maybe looking at that possibility, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor. Adsum House. So folks in GRIA through social policy work most directly with the service providers that provide housing, transitional or permanent to folks in HRM. So if there was an issue that we could support with, I would imagine I would hear, in terms of security and safety, I'd imagine I would hear from my colleagues in GRIA on how we can do that, but I'll certainly follow up and see if there's been anything identified that maybe we can play a role in. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. In terms of the community center and a safe space, I'm glad to hear that, and I will definitely follow up with you regarding potential opportunities for us to do something together.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy, for being here and also for the report. I'm going to ask a question that I hope is obvious and give you a chance to just communicate a little bit on this. As you may very well know, there's lots of exciting things going on at the Police Commission, and you've probably heard about Lisa's motion that she's bringing forward to have further discussion on the defunding report, et cetera, whatever we want to call it, defunding, detasking, retasking. And during the police budget, we've had a really good report from the chief. I think many of us understand that he needs some more folks on patrol, but we've had great comments as a council and also on people who presented to us on the value and the potential for folks not necessarily based in the police station or wearing a uniform or sworn to help with things like social work, victim services, sexual assaults, navigation, hospital liaisons to free up officers to focus on. So with your training, And with your existing position and your passion and interest in this, are you really engaged closely, and I hope you are, I suspect you are, with the police commission, with the report that was written, with the discussion that you heard, I hope, around this table, that we really see policing changing over the next couple of years, to listen to some of the things that could be brought in-house or could be done to free up police to focus on the growing challenges of a growing community. Just help me understand your role in that a little bit, and hopefully that these groups are taking advantage of you and, you know what I mean, advantage of your expertise, and perhaps you'll be able to come to us and someday, here's how we think we can change how we are doing some things within our municipality. So how's that for putting you on the spot? But I think it would be helpful to hear your comments.
Thank you, Councillor Outhit. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I see this, you know, as an incredible opportunity for us to do things differently. And I think council did as well when last year they approved the reimagining public safety recommendation report, which really was about, okay, we have a new public safety strategy that's going to be, we're going to need one for starting 2023. And that report presented you, that was back in June of last year, presented you with a phased approach to getting there, which included, you know, and really the focus is around what can we do to help reduce the demand on policing that we've seen kind of grow over the years. So what are some things that we can do to support taking some stuff off their plate? And really that's going to be the strategic focus of our next public safety strategy. And I think that, you know, the report that the Board of Police Commissioners received from the defending folks is very rich and full of lots of potential opportunities. And so the work for the new public safety strategy is just starting this week, in fact. And we have invited folks from the defunding subcommittee to sit in an advisory capacity as we embark on the renewal of the public safety strategy, so that we have a direct kind of an advisory support for that work as it evolves and moves forward. But certainly the, you know, I've been in the field of, you know, prevention for a long time and trying to think about, and I think our public safety strategy certainly set the ground for that. You know, we see through the report that I gave you earlier that the municipality as a whole plays a tremendous role in keeping our communities safe. And so now we have an opportunity to really shine and show how we can contribute to that beyond the realm of policing to make our communities safer. So I'm excited, really excited for the work ahead. I think we have a really good foundation in the report that was presented to the Board of Police Commissioners, along with, you know, there's other folks doing great work in this space. So, so yeah, thank you. I hope that we will be back to, sorry, we will be back to present the plan at the end of this year to council.
All right. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. I'm not surprised. Wanted you have a chance to discuss that. You feel you have all the direction you need from us. There's nothing more you need from us to fulfill that. No. Wonderful. Thank you for this encouraging news, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Amy. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies to council for being a few minutes late. I'm going to take advantage of this as I'm about to speak to some of the topics around youth. I want to wish my youngest, my baby, happy 28th birthday today to Matthew David Kent. I would have done that in our announcement, so I'm taking advantage of the opportunity. And on that note, Amy, I'm really pleased to see one of the areas that caught my attention probably the most when I was reviewing it for today's meeting was a recent meeting I had with our folks with the Youth Advocate Program. I really see that as a tremendous model that really we are already presenting that really fits into what is being recommended around in the defunding report that we have and the work that we have to do at the Board of Police Commission, because I think that's an example of how we can change the trajectory of the consequences of some of the things that our youth advocate workers are working on with our youth and their families. In particular, I think I just want to remind folks while I'm talking about it that that program, as it's indicated in the report, really is around developing wraparound services, working with families, in particular the youth, to avoid and build resistance around mental health crisis, internet predators, bullying and cyberbullying, drug and alcohol use, violence of every sort, gender-based violence, healthy relationships and sexual abuse. And I want to add, although it's not identified there, the importance of working through all of these and others in the prevention of maybe criminal activity in their future or in their current scenarios. So where that takes me today is, and I realize that your department and your work that you've done is around policy development, helping creating these programs, but my recent meeting with staff was around the inclusion of other areas in the within the catchment area that they now are focused on. And some of the schools, for instance, are in District 3 are not included. So I realize there's a review that's going to come forward. But right now, currently, we know the effectiveness of these programs, but we also know that we're under-resourced in that program for staffing, and that there are families that are and youth that are on a waiting list, and we can't afford for any of them to be on a waiting list. We really can't, because as a parent, and I think about my young men that are in my life, these things, the things that I just listed, all those elements that you are trying to help and support, they're not going away. If anything, often right now they're growing, and with changes in laws and such around, marijuana use and just layers of it. So I feel like we need to do a better job in resourcing those programs. And I want to know from your platform that you have around the policy and really the owner of this report, how do you influence the resourcing at budgeting time? How do you get into the conversation and be effective? Because as I can imagine that as an author of such a report, every one of your items of the 30 that are listed in the report that we saw today, every one of them would be important to you. So it would make sense that you would probably be, I would hope to think you're part of a table that has the opportunity to better resource programs like this, so that we are being more effective and we're not, and youth are not slipping through the cracks. So could you comment on that for me?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So I agree wholeheartily. The Youth Advocate Program is an evidence-based, highly effective program that helps reduce the risks for some youth for contacting the criminal justice system. It's very much rooted in crime prevention theory and has been demonstrated in HRM to be very effective. And I am a strong advocate for that program internally and really do try to support it in any way I can. I know that it was expanded a couple of years ago from its original boundaries, and should be really a core part of the work that we do in all of our communities. I have identified it for a further examination in our renewal of our public safety strategy, precisely for the reasons that you've identified. And I think that this will be an opportunity when I return to council next year with a new public safety strategy to show us, it's not just about having a strategic document and trying to influence, but more, we got to resource some of this work more intensively if we want to make a real impact on our communities in terms of safety.
Thank you, Amy, and I appreciate all the work that you do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And happy birthday to your son. Big deal. And I know if you had been here at the beginning of council, you would have mentioned that the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Lions Club Charter Night 50th anniversary is coming up, which I know you'll be all over a week from Saturday, I think.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the reminder of that. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
On that point, Muscatava Harbor Lions are celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. So anyway, congratulations to them. Amy, in regards to community consultations and stuff, you know very well there's been a lot of dialogue in regards to have observation cameras, try to cut down on illegal dumping that we've had in certain spots of our communities. And recently there have been discussions about gun violence and everything else, and should we have surveillance cameras in spots that we could possibly know who's coming and going from a community. But the question is, there's so much animosity in regards to these type of cameras or concerns. Some people favor them, some people don't. And the problem is that the recent discussions in the Preston area was like, how do we get an indication from the public, you know, are they in favor of them or not? You know, do we have to do a plebiscite to get a true indication of how the community feels on these topics? Or, you know, I find it odd that our active transportation folks can put up cameras to do bicycle counts or pedestrian counts anywhere as they do the strategy for AT. But here we are trying to do crime prevention. And can we put up cameras, or we know we want to consult with the community first about the possibility of these cameras going up to try to monitor activities in regards to who's coming and going from communities, that when a situation should occur, there needs to be some opportunity to try to identify who may have been coming into the community or leaving the community at a particular time. So I'm kind of curious about this public safety stuff, is how do we try to gauge and get a feel for the community's sense of acceptance for any type of these type of measures?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Councillor Hensby. Surveillance cameras. So, you know, council approved an administrative order a couple of years ago that helps guide policy direction on the use of surveillance cameras. And you know, in a nutshell, it says they should be a last resort. We should try the other tools first. And a part of that is because I'd say a big part of that is because they're effective only in certain instances. I think, you know, if we are talking about illegal dumping on Upper Governor Street, trail cams can help identify who's doing the dumping. When it comes to gun violence, I'm not sure that it would be a preventative tool, but it could potentially help identify folks involved. But you know, the idea is to prevent the violence before it happens, and that surveillance cameras may not be the most effective tool. I think, you know, some of the risks associated with surveillance cameras, particularly in communities that are marginalized, is well, perception, as you've identified, of being over surveyed, the potential of creep. So the camera comes in for one reason and then is used for another. Many of these things we discussed in a staff report a couple of years ago when there was a pilot proposed for Farrell Park. And I'm happy to go into more detail with you and certainly come and talk to the community. I think we have to keep having conversations with the community and police and other partners to see what really would be the best tools to help reduce violence in these communities. And illegal dumping, I think, is another separate kind of conversation that may require a different set of tools. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see nobody else. There's no motion on the floor. This was an update, so we thank the Deputy Mayor for bringing it forward. We thank Amy Siciliano and her team. Very proud of the work. As many of you know, that the Public Safety Office at one point was inside the police department. It's now housed outside. I always think of Professor Claremont and his reports that he brought to council. We felt very strongly about that, and I think it's the right thing. And Amy, we're very pleased with the work that you do, so thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, we will move to tabled matters. There are none. Public hearings. We don't have any public hearings or heritage hearings today. Correspondence, petitions, delegations, correspondence. Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, Mayor Savage. Correspondence has been received for items 15.16 and 15.32. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues, anybody with petitions? Not seeing any. Presentations, none. Information items brought forward, none. So we are at the report stage. The first one is 15.1.1. This is the photo enforcement feasibility study. Councillor Cleary has indicated he'll move that, but I understand there may be a presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Brad, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Who's doing the presentation, Brad?
It'll be Sam Trask. I just have a few words of introduction, if I may.
Please.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Brad Anguish, Executive Director of Transportation and Public Works. It's a pleasure to be here today, following public safety with an item on road safety. Little known fact, it was very heartwarming to hear, but believe it or not, the Youth Advocate Program back in 2004 was on the chopping block at Council. Fast forward one business case later, we're here. It was great to hear the comments and how the program is so welcomed in HRM. So just thought I'd add that. I thought I'd open with a couple of remarks about photo enforcement, where we are in the midst of budget and in the midst of the budget process, and we had a few discussions about this during TPW's presentation. So I just want to give you some context as to how we got here and what our goal is today. So in response to Council's very vocal concerns around speeding on arterials and collector roads, and in recognition that the police cannot be everywhere at once for traffic enforcement, I sought Council's approval last year to move forward with a third-party review of photo enforcement feasibility and to get an implementation plan. And we did this despite knowing that we do not have the legislative framework necessary to put this in place at this time. Council supported that, allowed the investment, and so we're here today to present the findings. Our goal today is simple, just to get a very clear direction and mandate from you to move forward with photo enforcement, knowing that we have some legislative work to do and there's some roadblocks to overcome, but that we just need that in order to move forward and do our work with the province and others. Today with me is Sam Trask, who is the supervisor of our road safety team. She will lead the presentation. She's accompanied by our consultant, Stewart Solutions, today, and who will help us answer any of the difficult questions you may have that we may not be capable of. So thank you for letting us go early as a result, and I will turn the presentation over to Sam. Thank you.
Good morning, Sam. Welcome to Council. Thank you for joining us. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you. Laura, do you have the presentation ready? Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. As Brad said, my name is Sam Trask, and I'm the supervisor of road safety and transportation with traffic management. And we're here today to present the findings of the highly anticipated photo enforcement feasibility study. Along with staff, as Brad mentioned, we also have members of our consultant team here with us today to help answer any follow-up questions that you may have. From our consultant team, Stewart Solutions, we have Sheila Stewart, Dan Shimsky, and Barry Randall, and they're joining us virtually from Ontario. And I'll give a brief overview of their background in just a few moments. Next slide, please. So given the magnitude of the report findings, we've come directly to Regional Council today with the support of our consultant to provide first-hand advice to all members. We are recommending that Regional Council direct the CAO to develop a photo enforcement program in anticipation of the future proclamation of the Traffic Safety Act and in accordance with the recommendations set out in the consultant report. Slide, please. As many of you are aware, photo enforcement in HRM has the potential to make a significant impact on our road safety goals. As part of the 21-22 TPW Business Unit deliverables, staff committed to deliver a feasibility study to identify the various components required to implement and operate a photo enforcement program in HRM, as well as reviewing the potential revenue and cost elements to support a decision regarding feasibility. An RFP was solicited in the fall of 2021 to conduct the feasibility study, and Stewart Solutions was the successful proponent. The Ontario-based consultant team has extensive experience with every aspect of photo enforcement, dating back to the 90s with the inception of the Ontario Speed Enforcement Program. Collectively, they bring practical, hands-on experience with backgrounds in legal, administration, and operations. The final consultant report was received in January 2022, which is included as an attachment to the council report. There's an expansive technical content included in the report, hence our decision to include the consultant in today's discussion to ensure members receive direct, detailed information. Slide, please. So the project components included a legislation review, interviews with various stakeholders, jurisdictional scans across the country, data reviews, identification of operational requirements, a proposed implementation timeline, and preparation of cost estimates. Slide, please. As in previous reviews, the legislation component was an overarching constraint to the potential for implementation within HRM. Currently, there's no existing legislation that is proclaimed to enable a successful photo enforcement program. 3 options were identified throughout the study. Slide, please. The first opportunity is identified within the existing Nova Scotia Motor Vehicle Act. In 2007, Bill 7 was introduced to amend the MVA to allow for the use of image capture enforcement systems. However, such provisions have not been proclaimed. Slide, please. Option 2 is also included within the MVA. Section 307 provides an opportunity to develop a pilot project for highway-related items such as photo enforcement. However, there are significant concerns and risks associated with this option, as a pilot project would be repealed 5 years after the data comes into effect. All efforts and costs associated with a pilot project would be similar to a permanent program. If desired, HRM would need to initiate discussions with the province to explore the scope and feasibility of this option, including technology requirements that may be a limiting factor. Slide, please. The third option is within the new Traffic Safety Act, which includes provisions related to electronic photo enforcement systems. However, again, it is not yet proclaimed. On October 22nd, 2021, it was announced that it would be at least 3 to 4 years before the new legislation will come into effect. And this is partially due to a need to develop the supporting technology system. Slide, please. So the consultant study concluded that the use by HRM of photo enforcement would appear to be feasible, including financially, to detect and enforce the offense of speeding. Recommended activities were based on a 4-year timeline to coincide with the anticipated timeline associated with the TSA requirements. Should the province's timeline change, HRM could condense the required activities within a shorter time frame. Slide, please. The consultant report included over 60 recommendations in total. Key recommendations include to develop a photo enforcement program for the offense of speeding only at this time, and to not proceed with red light cameras until sufficient data is available to support the need. Use a hybrid internal and external contract program model. Identify a champion to advocate for the development and implementation of the program. Slide, please. And continued, pursue photo enforcement based on the provisions in the proposed TSA and not options within the MVA. Engage with the province to establish the necessary framework, including legislation, to enable a successful photo enforcement program. To create a steering committee comprised of representatives from various departments directly or indirectly involved in the program delivery, including police. Slide, please. And lastly, engage the public and road safety partners in both program development and implementation. Develop a comprehensive communication strategy, and provide publicly accessible information for increased transparency. Slide, please. The recommended hybrid internal and external contract program is anticipated to incur a shortfall of approximately $477,000 within the first year of operation, but that's projected to be self-sustained in years moving forward. These projections were based on jurisdictional comparisons, and actual revenues will vary with a significant dependence on the number of cameras installed and the number of offenses captured locally. We anticipate these would be minimum revenues and could increase with additional site installations as the program evolves. 8 initial camera installations were used to provide these projections, with 1 camera rotated between 2 districts. This could be a starting point for the program with intent for future expansion. If Council chooses to move forward with the implementation of a photo enforcement program, costs will be further refined and identified in future capital and operating budget submissions. Slide, please. Again, if Council chooses to proceed with the development of a photo enforcement program in HRM, TPW staff will review and confirm implementation plans throughout 2022, including initiating conversations with provincial staff to discuss a legislative and technology path forward. As recommended in the report, a new position for a project lead has been identified as an over-budget option within the proposed 22-23 TPW operating budget. However, that position is not critical until a feasible path forward is identified with the province. Slide, please. So that concludes the presentation. We'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. I will go to Councillor Cleary. I've got a note that you were going to put this on the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll move that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under section or Schedule 7, the Transportation Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the Procedures of Council Administrative Order, requiring that the Standing Committee to provide policy direction related to neighborhood transportation initiatives for traffic calming and mitigation, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to develop a program of photo enforcement in anticipation of the eventual proclamation of the Traffic Safety Act and in accordance with the recommendations set out in the January 2022 consulting report prepared by Stewart Solutions, Inc.
Second by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. So it's a great report from Stewart Solutions, and I very much appreciate this. This has been a long journey, as Sam and Brad and Tasso and others know. I think it was about 4 years ago, I first brought this motion to Transportation Standing Committee to look at developing photo enforcement, electronic enforcement, which includes photo, radar, red light cameras, knowing that there was the possibility in the section that Ms. Trask referred to in the Motor Vehicle Act that we could do a pilot. Our staff met with the province, and the province said, well, we're bringing in the new TSA. So just, hold your horses. And then, of course, it's 4 years later, and we're still holding on to horses. And as Councillor Mancini has lamented a couple of times recently, it doesn't seem like the horses will be let out of the barn anytime soon. I mean, we really need the province to move forward on traffic safety. It's any resident that's out there, please call your MLA, call the Minister of Transportation, say, get in gear. Let's get this done. Because the report talks about, the next 12 to 24 months developing this program. And I'm really hoping that at the end of that time, the province has got it enforced and we're ready to go, because I would really love to do this. Anyway, I agree with the pillars that Stewart Solutions talks about: transparency, accountability, data-driven deployment. I agree with all 62 of the recommendations. And, it's good to start with the 8 cameras. I would expect in the, as we roll it out and get used to it and climatized here in Halifax, we would increase that number. I know the experience in Alberta. I know the experience in London, Ontario, and a couple of other cities in Ontario, because they have a different system there, has been very positive. And they are actually seeing now, several years into deployment, reductions in the number of violations that are happening. Good to start with speed enforcement, and I agree with that, but I would expect red light cameras and intersection movements to be included within a few years after we start doing this and we get good at it. I do have a question. So the report relies on a hybrid internal-external contract program. And it does sort of talk about it, but I wonder if either Ms. Trask or the consultant, if they're here, if they could speak about why this sort of hybrid internal-external contract program is recommended, what that would look like in operational terms, and what the benefits of it are.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the consultant has extensive experience with this, and they did review all three options, the hybrid internal and full external model. They did come with recommendation that HRM would move forward with a hybrid. With that, the benefit to that staff would have a little bit more control in operating the program with an external vendor supplying the system hardware, and that you would put the risk of the technical operational components back on the vendor. So that would be a big bonus for HRM, and it would be less of a learning curve for us, as you know, we're not familiar with any of that technology right now.
So that we wouldn't experience the downfall of the learning curve, we wouldn't also have to take in all of the back office stuff that comes with, because in Ontario, for example, all the cities, I believe it's in Toronto, they have the processing center, and all cities who subscribe to the use of the cameras all do it through one provincial system, because no municipality can, especially a municipality of our size, could really take this on entirely ourselves, could we?
Correct, yeah. Ontario has a model. I believe it's provincial, and a bunch of jurisdictions operate within that same program together. Sheila, if you have anything to add from that.
No, I think, Sam, you've covered some of the key points. In our experience, there is great benefit to having this hybrid model for the reasons stated, and then lots of other reasons on top of that. Not only does it help spread out the risk and feed on areas of expertise to the best advantage, but it prevents the program in a completely external model from unfortunately being affected by any potential missteps of the vendor in the complete operation. So it gives the residents of the municipality a greater sense of accountability and helps fulfill that fair and transparent mandate.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Just want to let council know, because we're suspending the rules of procedure, this is a vote that will require 2/3. If that's not correct, Ian, let me know. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sam and Brad. I fully support to develop the photo enforcement program. And I understand about the no red light until we have the program in place. Yes, as Councillor clearly identified, we're very frustrated. There's 3 to 4 years for the new Traffic Safety Act. The previous provincial government told us the new act was going to be in place in 2021, or at the very latest 2022. I'm not sure where the delay and what has happened. But colleagues, what this really means is that that means traffic calming and police enforcement will continue to be our tools to try to slow down traffic. So keep that in mind as we continue on with our budget discussions. Does the TPW and Brad have the funds that he needs to carry on with the strategy for traffic calming? We just last week had a great discussion with regard to the police budget, and I agree with Councillor Clear last week when he talked about not adding traffic constables. I agree that's not the right thing to do, because hopefully once this photo enforcement program is in place, we won't need those officers. But in the meantime, we don't have enough officers to do even the basic enforcement. So just keep that in mind, colleagues, as we have a further conversation when it comes to our budget. I do have a question, maybe just so you can clarify. I know the answer, but I think residents are a little confused. Either Sam or Brad, can you speak to, if this is in place and tickets are issued, where does that money for any ticket that is collected go?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, so I can speak to that. For any surplus revenue that the city would receive from this, there is a legislative component that we do need to use the surplus fine revenue for the purpose of enhancing road safety specifically. So the means of doing that, putting it in a certain capital account, a certain funding, we haven't figured that out yet, but it does directly have to go for the purpose of enhancing road safety.
Is there not a portion that goes to the province?
So there is a portion of the fines that the province does get from the tickets. I don't have that readily available now, but I do know that that is included within the report. So the revenue projections that we have created, so those have the amounts for the province and the port costs and all that removed from it. So the revenue expected in the report, that would be for HRM only.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. And the reason I bring it up is that not everyone, not all of our residents are happy about the idea of photo radar, and some feel it's a cash grab. Well, it's not a cash grab. I mean, our intention here is quite simply to slow people down. And if there are funds collected, great, it goes to further traffic calming devices. So thank you for clarifying that. And we'll have to continue to push that message out. Last thing on this is, as Councillor Cleary has stated very eloquently, we need our residents to reach out to their MLA, to reach out to the Minister of Transportation. 3 to 4 years is too long. Way too long to be waiting for this. And I'm glad to see our staff are getting ahead of it and being proactive so that hopefully it comes to us. Maybe even 2 years is too long, but in 2 years' time, so we can run with it. So thank you, to Sam, to you and your team. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Outset.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the folks making the presentation, Sam and Brad and the consultants. Obviously, I support this strongly. And this started long before 4 years ago when we heard from our residents that we needed to start doing this, and we heard it from police, and we talked about it on the police commission, etc. And just to put this in perspective, I love tormenting and teasing my wife about this. Well, I'm tormenting and teasing her in general, but I do. In 1996, I greeted her at the front door of our home in Toronto and presented her with the ticket that I had received in the mail from her getting a photo radar speeding ticket on the QEW in 1996, 26 years ago. They had photo radar in Ontario. It's a little discouraging that we're still talking about this 26 years later, how we can't implement that in Nova Scotia. When we start, and it's a good report, good recommendations. We'll be supporting it strongly. And I'm glad we clarified this because we were on the radio yesterday and somebody called in and they asked very good questions about this very topic. Isn't this a chance to increase revenue? Isn't this a chance to reduce speeding, save lives and whatnot? And Tony and I agreed with them. And it's important to know that unlike a parking ticket, where we get 100% of the revenue, we don't. And a Motor Vehicle Act get 100% of revenue. And I guess that's been factored into this budget, and that's great. My worry is, and I'd like folks to deal with this, when people start calling the province and they start calling the MLA, and the ML say, well, we're going to see what we can do about getting the TSA passed and the regulations ready and whatnot. But in the meantime, you have the ability to go ahead and do a pilot. So when that objection is thrown back at us, and it's not like provincial and municipal politics positions to try and point fingers at each other, but we will. And they're going to come back and say, if you don't want to wait for us, go ahead and do it as a pilot. So I'd like to know how you recommend we handle that objection, first of all. And secondly, if we did move ahead with a pilot, and I'm hoping that it could be faster than 12 to 24 months to do a pilot. I don't know why it would take that long. I'm still struggling with that part. Do we have the ability to find the owner of the car versus identifying who the driver is? That is one of the things that is a great concern to me, because in 1996, I got the ticket. Sandra was in the car on the QEW, but that was allowed to happen in Ontario. So do we have the ability to ticket the vehicle owner if we wanted to do a pilot sooner? And how quickly, reasonably, would it really take us 1 to 2 years to get a pilot out there at least? When this objection is going to come back, then guys, just stop waiting for the province to do a pilot. So I'd appreciate some feedback on that, and thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll start. I'll ask Sam and or Sheila to be able to answer about who gets the ticket. In terms of the pilot legislation, so we've been working with the province. Again, the model we're following here is kind of what we've done based on council's direction around micro-mobility. As you know, we don't have good regulation around e-scooters and other devices, and we've been working to try and get pilot legislation there in order to help the police force manage those matters on the ground here in HRM with the growing demand for that service. So that, I hope, is coming in the spring legislation. So we have experience about pursuing pilot legislation. We will be, as a result of this mandate, sitting down with the province right away to understand what the realm of the possible is. What I can say right now is, from the staff I've talked to at the province, they think, at least for now, based on what they've learned, and by the way, they were at the table, a number of them were at the table with us in this engagement with Stewart Solutions. So we've built knowledge in the province as well. But we'll be looking to see what the pilot legislation can do. The big challenge here is there is a significant investment. And what the consultants are telling us very loud and clearly is you do not want to get into this with your community and have to bail. You need, so that the risk isn't so much getting into it, it's the fact, will the legislation be there for you past 5 years? Will it bridge and give you the legislation you need? And will that all line up beautifully? So that's the piece we have to make sure, because the last thing we want to do is get into a bunch of very efficient long-term contracts, get all the technology and infrastructure in place, back office and on the street, and then find out it's over in a few years. That's a big risk. And it's not to say it can't be navigated, but it absolutely has to be considered. So short answer is yes, we're going to get in a room with the province and hammer through the legislation. Now, the piece that the provincial staff can't speak to just at the moment is what will be the technological needs of our system upon the province. Again, we have been able to navigate that with our new parking technology. It is unclear whether the GEN system and the interfaces to it and what this new technology would require of it is whether that's going to now become yet another stumbling block. That one, as I think council is well aware, is just being procured now by the province. That is going to take a number of years to put in place. That could be the bigger issue here. But again, as a result of council's direction to us today, that gives us a very strong ability to get in the room and get to the bottom of what are the barriers to moving forward with the province. I will say this in conclusion on my piece is that certainly I've had good cooperation from provincial staff. Certainly they appear open-minded, and because we've been through the pilot legislation with micromobility, I think there's a genuine thought that we can do this. So I remain very hopeful that as a result of this direction, we'll get this job done. I'm going to turn over to Sam to your question.
Brad, just really quickly. If council is ready to take the risk and spend the money, could this happen sooner?
All right, Tim, that's it. Councillor Outfit, we're at 9
And we're waiting
minutes.
for Sam's address.
I know, so don't keep adding questions.
I know, I'm bad. Thank you.
Yeah, so could it be done sooner? So it would take, does it need to take 4 years? Quick answer is no. That was clear. We cleared that up with the consultants in their recommendations. We as a staff believe once we have the known legislation and the back office solutions in place at the province, we believe we could be there in 2 years. Okay, and that requires, that's just all the pre-work, all the pieces to put in place, get the contracts in place. So we think we can get this done in 2 years.
Right, thanks, Brad. I wouldn't want to go over time, so thanks very much.
I'll turn it over to Sam on the plates.
Yes, this is the last part of the 12-minute time limit here. Sam, are you there?
Yep. Hi. So to answer your question, Councillor, about the ability to find the owner of the car rather than the driver, yes, I do believe with the new TSA, that's one of the biggest changes is that it would allow us to find the owner of the car. And Sheila's team, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, as I'm definitely not the legal expert here.
Well, thanks, Sam. With regard to owner liability, clearly the TSA has the superior provisions in relation to holding the plate holder accountable for the offense and the defaulted fine and everything that flows from it if the fine is not paid. Under the pilot, under the Section 307 of the Motor Vehicle Act pilot, the regulation authorizing the pilot could cover owner liability. But again, that's one of many things that the province would need to clarify in that regulation establishing the pilot. So there are a lot of negatives associated with the pilot, and that would be one of many. For example, what if you're gifted a pilot but without the fulsome comprehensive provisions related to owner liability that you need to see the ticketing regime from start to finish. So it is a good 2 years, and that's working collaboratively with the province and working with the champion. One of our observations, if I might note, is that the program needs a champion, both within HRM, but also with the province. We talked to people from the province, and obviously we spoke with people from HRM, and it's siloed. And in order to have a successful program, it needs to be collaboratively developed in terms of the legislative and regulatory framework.
Many thanks. I know my time's up. Thanks. Almost anyway. Thanks.
Indeed. Councillor Austin and Cuddle are good. Councillor Russell on this before we go to Councillor. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I was giving the hybrid model some consideration, and the example that was referenced was Ontario has a big system, and the municipalities make use of that. That is different than the hybrid model that is being proposed here, where the vendor has a big system and we, the municipality, are encumbered to stay with that vendor. I'm less concerned about that, but there is still some concern. I mean, there would be the deployment of assets, there would be the integration of the systems, but we are simply in not a large enough market for that to be more of a concern than the benefits that we would see out of it. I do have a couple of questions in different areas on locations. One of them is there is mention of publishing the locations. Do we know if there is consideration of a requirement to publish the locations, have a map out there, and therefore, if we want to change a location, there's a major process involved and a time delay, and we simply can't put a new speed radar somewhere. We have to make sure that there's, a 60-day lead time or whatnot. And would that not also let drivers know where to avoid? I mean, we have a huge push on now, and we see it all the time. There are traffic checkpoints somewhere. People get pulled over. The police do spot checks all over the place. And there are websites that publish where those are, and those are very actively discouraged, which is great. Please continue to discourage those. So here we are turning around and saying there is a speed radar here. Please avoid this area, drive slowly there. You can drive fast in other places. The second thing is we are starting with 8 locations. Where are those 8 locations going to be? Is it going to be city center? Is it going to be spread out around the municipality? We have a number of problems here, for example, on Sackville Drive, where the bottom kilometer of it is a raceway. There is no traffic calming, no nothing. And we can't put traffic calming there because it is it's an arterial, so it falls outside of our traffic calming policy. So having something like this would be a huge advantage there. But if we don't have it there because we've only got 8 locations and they are closer to the regional center, then it won't help one whit. So I'm just wondering if you could address those, please.
Thank you. Who wants that one?
I can start, Sam, if it's okay. We can start. addressing. So there's two questions. One is about publicizing the sites. And there's two reasons why you do that. One is for the fair and sustainable, transparent programs, so you don't face the allegations that we had when the councillor's wife received the ticket of it being a speed trap. People know where the locations are and they do govern their behavior accordingly. And shockingly enough, with signage and publication of the locations, there's an unlimited supply of speeders being detected by the systems. But the other reason you need to publicize the locations is the legislation requires a regime of testing of the systems, including accuracy of the speed measurement. And one of the ways to deal with connecting the accuracy of that device with the public who have received tickets is you have to effectively disclose the location. Now, you can keep it all secret, which then increases substantially the workload on prosecutors and others. Some jurisdictions, such as Ontario, simply have it up on the website. So whether you've received a ticket or not, you can find the certificate of accuracy, which you're going to be required to have through your testing regime imposed by the provincial legislation. They can find that online, and that helps with fairness and transparency as well. So I know that there's a feeling that one shouldn't publicize the locations, and the debate is great over that, but I would just take you to some of the literature out of other jurisdictions in Canada, where it is quite common for the locations to be well advertised. With regard to the time, how long it takes to move a site, it doesn't take that long because the camera system is working at a site and you can put up your 60-day notice that it's coming to the next site. So it's actually quite transportable and fairly easy to move around. With regard to the site selection, I'm going to turn to my colleague Dan to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at the program, and what we recommended to start anyway is a location in each district, and which would be 16 locations and 8 cameras rotated within those 16 locations. Part of the reason is to as the councillor suggested, have a fair distribution of cameras throughout the city. Although a camera may be in a certain location, through public awareness and communication, many municipalities or jurisdictions experience what's called the halo effect. In addition to finding greater compliance in the location where the camera is, just general public awareness of the location of cameras or the existence of cameras, it does tend to lower speeds throughout the jurisdiction. Just from personal experience, since Toronto started the automated speed enforcement program about a year and a half ago, I've noticed myself that in general, people are traveling slower on the roadways. In terms of specific site selection, that is always and should always be in the interest of fairness and transparency based on data, right? So, wherever the highest need, the highest level of speeds, also, collisions, either personal injury as well as property damage should also be considered, and the location should be need-based.
Thank you very much.
May I continue?
You certainly cannot. No, you chair these meetings. You know what time limits are like. I will go to Councillor Cleary.
Okay.
I will if you want to come back a second time, Councillor, we can certainly do that. But I'll let Councillor Cleary have his second crack at it.
Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to address a couple of things that both our consultants have said and some of our councillors. So with Councillor Outfit's question around the pilot. So we're in the same position with the pilot clause as we are with the Traffic Safety Act, and neither are proclaimed. And so in order to do the pilot, we still have to work with the province to try and get something going. So it's kind of 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Either way, we've got to work with the province to build a program. We might as well build a program over the next couple of years that is going to be something that is permanent rather than something that ends up stopping. And so the changes that need to be made are things around, as the consultants have talked about, ownership liability of the vehicle, which at present could be possible, but a number of things have to happen in the background. So the computer system that the province is working on now to bring in for the Traffic Safety Act contains those. And I can't imagine they're just going to go, oh, you know what, we're going to take that, we're going to implement that now, rather than wait as they implement the whole program. So I really don't think the pilot is an option from the province's point of view. At least that's not what I've heard from the contacts at the province. Councillor Russell's question around the locations and letting people know, and especially our consultants talking about transparency. In my mind, we have an obligation to let people know. Every jurisdiction that I've ever seen has signage up indicating that there are cameras in the area. And there is that halo effect, but in London and in many other municipalities, they do have multiple boxes where the cameras go, and all of those locations are signed. And what they have found is the intersections with the empty boxes have a decreased level of violations, just like where the cameras are, because people don't know if there's a camera there or not. All they know is there's signs and there's boxes, and I've got to go slow and pay attention here. And you do get, at least for the immediate vicinity, because now it's on people's minds, they do drive better after seeing the signage for that period of time. And so putting them throughout the municipality, we get that effect all through the municipality. That would be fantastic. So colleagues, I support this, and I hope you do. And there's so many great benefits that will come. I can't wait for the province to let us do it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, did you want to go again?
I will let it go for now. Thank you.
Okay, that's it, colleagues, for the discussion.
Question?
Ready for the question.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
An enthusiastic yes in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Councillor Mason. Mayor Savage, that has passed.
That passed with the 2/3 that it required. The next item on our list, colleagues, is 1512. It's passed on consent, and that is the Halifax Port Authority Fish Passage Project. 1513 likewise passed on consent, which was emergency tire procurement. So next up, colleagues, is 1514. And I believe we have a presentation on this, which has been sent out. Tracy Jones Grant.
Good morning, Mayor and Regional Council.
Morning.
I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. No, this is the Hotel Association of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
Maybe you can do them both while you're here, Tracy.
I don't think I know enough. I could give it a good try, I suppose.
So we'll just wait for the Africville visioning presentation. There we go.
Thank you so much. If we could go to the next slide, please. Mayor and Council, I'm here today to provide you with an update on what our office through the African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office has been doing with respect to moving forward on a motion from Council from April the 6th. The Africville visioning motion is what we're calling it. This is a 7-part motion, and I am going to just take a moment to read through the things that are being asked of us as a team in the DNI NCO office. So the motion asks us to determine a cooperative working partnership between HRM and community partners and organizations that are working on behalf of the interests of the descendants, to engage with other organizations, businesses, and levels of government whose interests could potentially impact Africville lands and or Africville descendants, to determine how they can support the Africville visioning process and its outcomes. Review the 2010 Africville Agreement and determine which commitments have been met, where further action is required, and whether these past commitments address the current desire of the community. To identify all municipal-led or partnered projects and initiatives that have direct impact on the lands of Africville, lands surrounding Africville and its users, current and future, to understand the full effect they have on the Africville lands, to develop a comprehensive, co-facilitated public engagement process in partnership with Africville descendants, Africville-focused organizations, and community partners that will inform the outcomes of the visioning process, to revisit the 2003 Bain Street Master Plan and work with partners to collaborate to reimagine the master plan that would include land specifically dedicated to descendants of Africville and or uses that would be supported by descendants, community members, or organizations who broadly represent the interest of Africville descendants. And finally, to examine the possibility of using the Africville visioning process to address the ongoing class action court proceedings against HRM and working with claimants and descendants to address their concerns outside of the court system. So as you can see, that is a very large ask. It's a big motion, and our team has been working diligently to try and move this forward. Next slide, please. So we're coming to you today with a specific recommendation, and it is recommended that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer through the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, to work with community partners to conduct phase 1 of an Africville visioning process. The recommendation is to conduct phase 1 of a 3-phased process. Before I get into talking about that, next slide, please. I kind of want to just really talk about what is visioning. So visioning is a process that will proactively help the municipality address wrongs and establish a long-term vision for Africville. We believe this process, visioning, will allow the municipality to proactively work with the African Nova Scotian community to address impacts of the Africville expropriation beyond the apology and commitments made in 2010 and earlier. We also feel that visioning will assist in addressing long-standing discrimination and fostering positive working relationships between the African Nova Scotian community, specifically Africville and the municipality. So you have received in advance a very detailed report where we tried to give you an update on all of those 7 requests within the motion. And I'm not going to read through those. You have those, and please feel free to ask us any questions specific to that, and hopefully I can help you out. But I did want to sort of highlight some of the activities that have taken place in Africville over the past few years. Next slide, please. So what's really exciting to me about all of this is that this is work that is done across the entire organization. So it's not work that's happening out of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. It's happening across our whole organization, which shows to me and to our team the municipality's commitment to working with the community, with the descendants, in the community, and hearing from the community, which is why we think this visioning process is so important. So for example, some of the initiatives that have happened or have impacted the community of Africville, we're talking about the Africville Active Transportation. Of course, we will have Windsor Street Exchange, where we're already looking at how we are consulting and engaging with the community. We've been engaged with and attending meetings with Africville Heritage Trust around their proposal for a marina. The municipality has been working with Halifax Port Authority on land issues and land that is surrounding and related to the community of Africville. And on this slide, this next slide, please. One of the projects that we were so proud of was the Africville Interpretive Enhancement Project, because we now have these beautiful interpretive panels throughout the community of Africville that tell the story, and the community was engaged in the development of these. We have signage at the entrance of Africville, working with our archives. We've looked at digitizing the digitization of historical content related to Africville, which resulted in the creation of the Africville Source Guide. And we've looked at a ground service agreement with the community, where the community has a role and a stake in who's taking care of the lands of Africville. Next slide, please. So what we have been doing through our team, under the leadership of our senior advisor, our new senior advisor, Tamar Brown, we have been meeting with community partners, possible funders, to look at financial resources to help us move the consultation phase forward, which would be phase 1. So we want to ensure that we're working with levels of government and the community to ensure that we have the finances to do this very important work. We've been talking about who in the community could be an expert. If we want to hear from the community, oftentimes it's best to have the community leading that. So we've been having conversations about who. And we've also been sort of looking at not only sponsorship for this from levels of government, but who in the private sector is a possible partner to help us ensure we do a well-rounded and inclusive visioning process for the community of Africville. Next slide, please. So what are the phases looking like, just so that you understand what I'm coming for today and what we'll be looking at in the future. So phase 1 would consist of our public engagement in partnership with the Africville descendants, Africville focused organizations, and community partners. This first phase would help to kind of shape the visioning process. Once this is completed, once we've had those consultations, once we've asked the community, what are they looking for? What is their vision? What are their needs? What are their ideas, dreams, and hopes? Once we have that information, we will then come back to council with a phase 1 report. Phase 2 would be looking at, based on what we've heard from community, what we've learned, what is our action plan? We're not going to the community just to hear nice stories or to hear what the community has to say. We're going to the community so that we can build a strong plan. And this plan, this vision, is going to be deeply rooted in what we've heard from the community. On a side note, although this is embedded in hearing from the community, we will also ensure that we hear from our internal stakeholders. It's very hard to build a plan on municipal services without fully understanding where we're going as a municipality, what we can do as a municipality, and what the different business units and internal stakeholders can bring to the table. The final phase will be an analysis and a review of the process and the identification of any further actions that we may need to take, and that may need to be taken by those who are engaged in the process to move this forward. This is where we see this going, and this is why we're coming to you requesting the authority through the CAO to identify financial partners and resources to begin phase 1 of the visioning project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Councillor Smith, this is your district. Do you want to put the motion on the floor?
Yeah, I'll put it on the floor. I'll probably run out of time. We're getting close to lunch. So I don't know if you want to wait until after lunch for debate, or do you want to get right into it?
No, why don't you, we got 10 minutes. Why don't you put the motion on the floor and we'll see where we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I move that Halifax Regional Council direct Chief Administrative Officer through the Office of Diversity and Inclusion / African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, DNI, ANSCI, AIO, to work with the community partners to conduct phase 1 of Africville visioning process. The recommendation is to conduct phase 1 of a 3-phase process.
Second.
Second by, I think I heard the Deputy Mayor first. Councillor Smith, are you anything on it?
Yeah, so a couple quick things. One, thank you, Tracy. I know when we were working on this, and big shout out to Io, who's no longer with us. He was definitely who I was in most contact with initially. But I know when we were making it, every time we added something, I know there was a little bit of sigh, but at the same time, I know that you and Io and the team now see how important this is. And also shout out to Tamar Brown, who's the new IO and who's been doing great work so far. So I know she's listening. So thank you for your work as well. So yeah, I support the report. Just to highlight a couple of things that I think is very important. One is, and it's mentioned in the motion words or the body of the motion that's not attached here, but understanding that we have so many partners we need to speak to alone within the Africville community, which makes it very complex. And I know they've been waiting a long time to see where this is going. So I think we'll have to think about how we're going to circle back to all those folks and start those, obviously those initial conversations. So yeah, and we'll have to really pay close attention to how we do that. And Tracy, you'll know, we've lost a member or two of the historic Africville community since we started this. So it's important that we get this work going. You already mentioned about the funding. I was just going to ask you if you had some updates on talking about external funding, but that's part of what you're asking today. And so I just wanted some clarity on that, so you don't have to answer that. The other thing that I will say is when I read it initially, one of the concerns I had was I felt like it was reading as we would do one engagement session or one engagement. But then hearing you speak and reading it again this morning, it's a process. So the goal is to do process that might entail many different engagements, I say, okay, you're shaking your head. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I envision with the envisioning process that it would be something that almost reads for I guess comparison sake, like our center plan document, where it has aspects of different pieces of what we're trying to accomplish with a plan. Like recently the defund report, where it had different sections of, okay, we're focusing on social, we're focusing on policing, where this one to focus on like community building, economic development, historic preservation. So as we go forward, that would be my hope within this visioning process, that it reads as a plan that is not just our plan as HRM, but as a community plan that includes the provincial government, federal government, private partners, whether it be Irving, the Port, CN, Nova Scotia Power, whoever it might be. So I just really hope that as we move forward, and there's still lots of work to be done, that we get to that place, and really just commend all the work that has been done. And the report really answered a lot of my concerns. And really my only thing is how do we circle back to the community and say, hey, there's still work to be done, but we're doing it. So thank you for all the work, and you can respond if you want, but no question there.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Smith. Thank you so much, Councillor Smith, for that. As far as circling back to the community, I've got written down a note here. You and I need to talk, of course, with Tamar and look at that. People may not be aware that, and they may be aware, conversations in the African Nova Scotian community are not linear. And so this process is not going to be linear. It's going to evolve. It's almost like how we developed the phenomenal African Nova Scotian economic strategy. It was an evolution. It was many conversations. It was many different elements that the community brought in that was important to move economics forward. So as we look at the Africville visioning, the conversations will be different depending on who we're talking to, depending on their interests. And all of those pieces we will weave into a plan, as we did with the African Nova Scotian economic strategies. So there'll be many partners, many pieces. This isn't an overnight process, but what we feel is so important in this, as it was in our previous plans, is that the voice of the community is helping to guide and shape this, along with our internal voices. But this, the end result should really speak to what the community of Africville, its descendants, those associated with Africville, want us to be doing and want us to hear from them. So I hope those answer your questions, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it'd be an exciting opportunity for the historic village area of Africville. I remember a long time ago when I was in the Minister of Economic Development's office as a ZA, we talked about at that time, back in 1989-90, was the restoration of the Africville Church, and finally getting that done. And it's been a long time coming, and now this plan is going to move other things forward. Talk about will be opportunities for living back in the community. Will descendants be able, or families of the descendants, be able to move back in the community somewhere? There's the look-off lands that overlook the Africville Park. Would be a great opportunity for densification for housing. But there's one partner I did notice in the presentation was the Bridge Commission. We know that the Murray McKay Bridge is going to have to be replaced within 15 to 20 years. And the plan is maybe to build a parallel bridge, and that also requires a different network of ramps and approaches. So that's going to have some bearing on the Africville land mass. So I want to make sure that the Bridge Commission is fully aware and involved in this process, because there are certain things that just can't be moved, and a bridge is going to be one of those difficult items that you got to have a foundation for it, and once it's placed, you can't really move it too much. So I just want to make sure that that is taken into account from day one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, we do acknowledge the Halifax Harbor bridges because we do know that, as we've indicated, between 2040, oh my goodness, that's so far away, and 2050, there are plans for a bridge. So they too will be part of those discussions because, as we know now, currently the bridge is in proximity to our community of Africville. So we will ensure, Councillor Hensby, that they will be part of the conversations.
Thank you, Tracy. Councillor Stoddart.
Sometimes the button just doesn't want to work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Tracy, for this presentation. It was an interesting read to find out what we've done so far and the way we have to go. My question is, we're losing a lot of our elders, and I'm just wondering if there's any focus on talking to them and their history, because you know they're not going to be with us long, and some of them know the struggle and what was going on and how it affected them. So I'm just wondering, does anybody in your department like try to, you know, source them out, I guess is the best way to say it? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Councillor Stoddard, that is probably one of my passions as a storyteller by profession. One of the exciting things that I think can come out of this is a community project that is about stories. I can remember as a child when my father traveled the province doing the hero tapes, where he interviewed elders from across the province to hear their stories. It would be quite an honor to be able to capture some of the stories of our elders from the community of Africville. And we are finding in the past few years from many of our historical African Nova Scotian community, our elders are struggling and we are losing them. So as part of the visioning, of course, we would speak to elders, and of course we would hear their stories as part of the process. So I think it would be through the leadership of community to actually capture those and pull them together, as opposed to, you know, the city. People might feel the city's taking the stories. So if we support community to gather the stories, then it becomes community ownership. But of course, it would be part of visioning. Thank you.
Thank you. I was also note, Tracy, as you know, that Saturday they had the Elder Council of the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity kickoff, which is a pretty cool thing. Okay, folks, we're going to do the question. No, not quite. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. Thank you very much, Tracy. I love reading your reports. One of the questions I have is just around the funding conversations with ACOA. How sensitive is that timeline? I know that in your budget, sort of the facilitation and consultation is in our proposed budget, but what sensitivity is there around the ACOA funding, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. ACOA has been super supportive. And so we've been in ongoing conversations with them. They have told us there's no particular intake time. Like, you know, I don't have to have a proposal by March 31st. So they've been just amazing. And as soon as we get the go ahead from council, Tamar and I will be back at the table with ACOA because they're all in and they've been extremely supportive of this, and we're looking forward to actually getting the consultant and getting the work done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I should also say the Member of Parliament, Andy Fillmore, has been very supportive of working with ACOA to get some funding. We appreciate that. Okay, I see Jerry Blackwood's hand up. I'm assuming that's a mistake or maybe from something at budget. Jerry?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, but yeah, I just to Councillor Stoddard's question about the elders. IO recruited me for the board of Africville. I'm a non-voting member, but the chair of their finance committee. Yeah, the board is very actively involved with engaging with the elders. And I think last year they put out 2 books. They put out a cookbook, as well as there was another book, Love Letter to Africville, that was put out. So just lots of work going on there. Just wanted to put that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very
Awesome.
much. Oh.
And you're one of our favorite elders, Jerry. All right, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Question.
Beginning with District 13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor
Good
Cleary.
morning. Sorry about that.
Thank you,
I have a
Councillor.
new keyboard on the way to fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor of the motion.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, that's carried. We'll take a break, come back at 1 o'clock with item 15.1.5.
Good afternoon. We will be putting up the holding screen and blank Good afternoon. The time is now 1 o'clock. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning your microphones and cameras. Mayor Savage, you can call the meeting back to order on your call.
Ian, it's telling me I can't start my video. The host has stopped it still.
That might be intentional.
I suspect that may be true. Cannot start your video. Okay. Are we there now? Have I got video?
Mayor Savage, we can see you now.
Yeah, okay. Great. What a blessing for everybody. Okay, colleagues, we're going to keep moving on council. We're going to go to item 15.1.5. This is supplementary education funding. This also requires a 2/3 vote. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I'll just put the motion on the floor and then speak to it quickly. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 2, the Audit and Finance Standing Committee, terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order, requiring the Standing Committee to review and make recommendations on the proposed changes in any operating or project budget items. 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to reduce the 2021-22 payment to the Halifax Regional Center for Education for supplementary education funding by $205,601. And 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to allocate the $205,601 to the Emergency Housing Fund as a contingency to purchase, install, and maintain modular units at 2 sites and to address suitable temporary housing to address needs of unhoused residents.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stoddard, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. So I think that, this report, thank you to staff for the report. I'm curious to know whether or not there's been a precedent in this kind of a manner where we're taking education funding and directing it to housing. I fully support it. In looking at the amount of almost $14 million that HRM property tax payers are giving to Halifax Regional Center for Education to pay for operating issues, salaries for substitute teachers. This is clearly in the last 2 years, there's been issues with school not being in because of COVID and folks, doing schooling at home. So, those salaries and those operating costs obviously were reduced in 2020 and again last year. So it does make sense. And I thank HRCE for recognizing, that this funding wasn't needed. And certainly thank staff for redirecting it to a very needed initiative to support housing. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, but I'm just wondering, Jerry, if you could speak to, have we done this in the past where we use education funding for other items? Thank you.
Okay, I see Jerry Blackwood, our elder and CFO, has joined us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. No, I don't think there's any other precedent where these funds are diverted. The attachment to the report, the letter from the school board, certainly suggests, based on COVID, they had a surplus. Their preference would be, that we just claw back the funding for this year. If we do that, typically the funds would just go into the surplus that we deliver. But we discussed it as staff and thought, with the challenges that we have with our housing file and the last report that we brought back you know, to council, we did say we didn't have a contingency built in. There's a little bit of risk. So, you know, we thought, you know, this is education is, you know, provincial mandate as well as housing. And we just looked at this as an option for council to consider to divert that surplus into our crisis housing funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Deputy. So there's been some requests. We will split the motion and vote on them separately. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I'm a strong supporter of supplementary funding, as many of my colleagues are. And even though this funding wasn't being able to spend, I want to acknowledge the effort of our educators and the fine arts program, how they were able to zig and zag and be creative during this pandemic, and engage the youth and continue to focus on fine arts. It's been outstanding work that they've done. So we thank them for that. I want to read some clarification on and I support this by all means, and it's great to have excess funds that we direct to emergency housing fund. Makes perfect sense to me. If someone can clarify on the supplementary funding process, at one point in time, two questions. One point in time, there was discussion about clawing back supplementary funding 10%, I think it was the amount every year. I just wanted clarification where we are on that. And the second piece is, well, let me get that answer first. I lost my thought on the other one. So are we still in that process, Mr. Mayor? I don't know if the staff can speak.
Jerry, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. I know the last agreement was negotiated with legal as the lead on that file. So I'm wondering if the solicitor could comment on the councillor's question. I'm not sure about the 10% clawback.
Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So there was a move towards providing stable funding for the key aspects that were important to council at the time, principally fine arts and music. And so that did lead to, you know, a bit of a reduction for those items which were seen as not core to that. But subsequently, you know, the increase, there are sort of that stabilization, but it's being offset somewhat by increases to mandatory education component.
Glad to hear that, John. I remember my second question, Mr. Mayor, very quickly, if I may. This funds that were not spent this year, does that have any impact on next year's supplementary funding? Will that amount be the same, or will it be reduced because they didn't spend it?
Under the current agreement, the funding formula is set, and given that the restrictions that are currently in place appear to be lifting, I think it's fair to assume that, or hopefully in the fall, there would be back to sort of the regular order, and that those items that are being funded by supplementary funding would be available through the school system. So
good.
That's
just want to make sure. Yeah, perfect, John. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again. Congratulations to some amazing educators, especially in the music and arts, how they continue to work with the youth during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad we're breaking up the resolutions because I cannot support number 3. This money was charged and collectible as the supplementary education tax. It cannot be used for anything else. I will not redirect the supplementary education tax to another purpose. It's not intended that way, and I will not support
it. Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I agree with that as well. This says that this has to be used for the benefit of students in all schools in HRCE, and as much as I support housing, and I think everybody knows that I absolutely support housing, it's not what we should be doing. So I have no problem reducing the amount of money that gets paid out for it, but I also can't agree with it going towards the emergency housing fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to chime in on, because we always think of supplementary funding as the fine arts programming. And of course, that's the kind of core, most signature piece of it. But if memory serves from, our past discussions on this, the supplementary funding is also why there's a librarian in our schools here in HRM. And supplementary funding is why we have some extra support at some of our high-risk schools. It's not just the fine arts funding, but it's also the school librarians, and it's also the support for some of our higher risk schools. And I think that's important to underline, that this isn't just fine arts, that it also does those core functions as well. Very much glad that we came to a decision along the way to stabilize the funding. I would have been fine keeping this money in supplementary funding, but HRC has written us indicating, no, we don't really have a use for that as a one-time thing. Their preference is that we take it back. So I don't know what we do with that. Just kind of to colleagues there, I remember the debates about supplementary funding. It's not a line item that anyone had a big concern, that I ever heard much of a concern about from the public, because they recognize the value in directing the money to make the education system a little bit better here in HRM. And so there was never much objection to that. I seriously doubt that anyone would object to us taking a very relatively small surplus out of that and then putting it on to housing, given where we are with the situation around housing in HRM. No one out there is going to object to that. I just don't see it. I think this is a good thing to do. So let's get on with it. Thank you.
Just a question of clarification for John, if I could. John, just let's make legally, there is no reason that we can't do this. It's been raised by a couple of councillors that they think it's inappropriate.
No, I don't think so, Mayor. The monies were provided to HRCE for the purposes, for the purpose for which they were collected, and they are excess to requirements. So it's come back to, at this point, it's simply monies that are surplus to requirements. To the other point, though, of Councillor Austin raised, there were in fact 73 library support workers that are funded through this program. He is correct.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to highlight the points that Councillor Austin just made. So thank you for that, Councillor Austin. And also just remind councillors this is funding from 2 years ago, and then it was moved forward to this fiscal year. It's been identified it's not needed. And so they're handing it back to us to say, look, use it for something else. And I think that staff have said that housing is definitely a priority. This is a contingency that we need. And so I fully support it. I recognize if councillors want to pull out that final point to vote on it separately, I have no problem with that. Certainly we can do that. But this is money that they're giving back to us because they don't need it. Again, we will be providing this current fiscal year, this current budget coming to provide supplementary funding to HRCE in the way that they request it. So should there be more COVID issues that delay in-person learning, then I would assume we're going to be at the same situation where they're going to have money to give back. If they don't need the revenue, then I suggest that we use it for something that we know that it's needed for, and that is housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jerry, are you looking to speak to this again?
Yeah, just to add just to some of the commentary. So, the letter that was provided by HRCE does specify, a lot of the funding was based on, schools being closed and the funding that went towards substitute teachers. So, if we don't, if council does not want to divert this funding, it'll just get trued up in our corporate surplus, and we'll make a recommendation on a reserve commitment at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini again.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just get some clarification from Councillors Hensby and Russell. If they're suggesting that it should be directed to the housing file, then where are they suggesting that excess money go to? So I wouldn't mind hearing from them. Thank you.
I think Jerry kind of answered that if it doesn't go, it'll come back to the operating funds of the municipality, and the recommendation will be made. Jerry, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it would just go in as part of our year-end corporate surplus that we would bring back to council, which we would make recommendations on with reserve commitments at year-end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Jerry. I understood that, but I wondered if the two councillors had something in their mind where it should go. Yeah, and so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much. This was a dedicated tax collected for the purpose of supplementary education, nothing else. And if it's not needed, then put it as a credit against the account and reduce their supplementary education amount this year. So it's a washout then. So therefore we can reduce the supplementary education tax this month if there's a surplus in the account. To have it absorbed as a general surplus, that's getting, in my opinion, close to the lines that take community area rates and using their surpluses to allocate elsewhere. This is wrong. This is collected for a purpose and it should be dedicated for that purpose only. If they don't need it, then let's reduce the amount for the upcoming budget equally.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Generally speaking, I agree. It should go back to the budget, back to reduce the tax rate. It was great to hear that supplementary funding has supported 71 librarians in the past. So it was distributed across the municipality for our students, in all HRCE schools to benefit from. If it's not going to do that, then it should do what we as a municipality have a mandate to do. And if we can reduce the tax rate, if we can keep more money in the pockets of our residents, then I'm in favor of that. I don't, as much as I support housing, I don't think we should be doing it. It's not our mandate. It's something that the province should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Just wonder, because Jerry's so good with a calculator, if he could just advise on what the reduction in the residential tax rate would be, or tax bill would be, for $205,601. Would that be like a quarter or 10 cents per tax account? Just out of curiosity, if we, to Councillor Russell and Councillor Hensby's point, if we want to take this last year's money, give it back this year, and then lower the supplementary funding, what would the actual reduction be? I'm thinking it would be in measured in cents.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at $200,000 on $1 billion budget, I think it's like 0.02% of spending. So savings on a tax bill would be it would be very immaterial, be like pennies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to split these up. Is everybody okay if we vote on the first two together and then the third separately? Well, let me ask you this. Is anybody opposed to us doing it that way? Okay. I'm going to ask Ian to call the question on 1 and 2 together. Councillor Russell and Hensby, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Questions 1 and 2 together. Ian.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
That's it, Ian?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Now we're going to look at the item that has been asked to be separated, which is number 3, to direct the CAO to allocate the $205,601 to the Emergency Housing Fund as a contingency to purchase, install, and maintain modular units at 2 sites and to address suitable temporary housing to address needs of unhoused residents. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Councillor O'Dette.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Four. I couldn't click mute for some reason. Got you now, Councillor. Thank you. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
And 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move to 1516, funding for stormwater right-of-way cost. Deputy Mayor, did you want to lead this off?
I thought there was a request for a deferral on this.
Yeah, no, you just hang tight. So I do have, I would like to defer this. I am going to put it on the floor and I'm going to request a supplemental. So just give me 1 second here. Here we go. I move that Halifax Regional Council maintain bylaw C900 and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to maintain bylaw C900 and the current HRM stormwater right-of-way charge of $40 for Halifax Water stormwater client collected on behalf of HRM on the Halifax water bill.
Second for that?
Second.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn. I think I heard Councillor, was it Blackburn or Kent? Maybe it was.
Yeah.
Councillor Kent, thank you. Okay, so that's seconded. Now, Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
I thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I could talk about this all day, but I know I only have a few minutes. So there's a couple of things. I was a little concerned about this report and the gaps in it. And primarily the concern for me is on the principle of equity. Back in 2013, when the Utility and Review Board made the decision to ask HRM to pay Halifax Water roughly $4 million a year for stormwater costs that were falling on the right-of-way, so that's the municipal-owned roads. The order, the decision from the UARB was for the municipality to pay, not for Halifax Water customers to pay. So what's happened over the last 9 years is that the burden has fallen to pay for this right-of-way tax or this charge, right-of-way charge, on the ratepayers. And we know that within that stormwater service boundary that Halifax Water has, there are a lot of PIDs that are not included, either because they live on private lanes, they've won their appeal not to pay. There's a whole host of things, and there was no information in this report identifying the principle of equity. So I move that item 15.16 be deferred to a future regional council meeting, and that the chief administrative officer be directed to provide a supplemental staff report to include 1, The principle of equity, considering not every property owner in the service area is a ratepayer, and ratepayers carry the burden of the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board ordered charge to maintain a safe and reliable road network enjoyed by all. 2, input from Halifax Water on the number and types of properties that do not pay the right-of-way fee. And 3, the benefits and risks of the staff recommended options for collecting the right-of-way charges. That was also missing from this report.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. So, I think in light of the missing information that's in this report, it would be, I think, irresponsible for us to make a decision right now until we get some more information. I know that I believe, Andre, you are here to speak to that. So I'm just wondering whether or not you looked at that decision from 2013 by the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board when you put together this, and in considering that the burden is on the stormwater customers, the Halifax Water customers, where are those folks who are excused and have won their appeals? They're not listed in this report. Thank you.
Andre McNeil, I see you there.
I am here, Mayor, to the councillor, to Deputy Mayor. The issue of equity's been discussed much in the past. It wasn't included in this report. We weren't aware that was the intent of the motion to include that. So we focused on the technical side of the rates and what the implications would be from a cost perspective. And yes, there has been robust discussion about who benefits from various services in the past. And with your request, we can certainly include that.
Thank you. I think that's helpful because I think, we should also be considering how this, how did this actually come to be? And I do appreciate having that final section in the report that outlines all the back and forth that's taken place over the years. So I think my time is up, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lovelace, to raising this. For any of the veteran councillors from pre-2020, I mean, it feels like Groundhog Day. What would a year be without debating the stormwater right-of-way charge again? This is something that went from general rate to Halifax water bill, and then to flat fee charge on the assessment, and then back to the Halifax water bill, where it then has rested ever since. And so it's, for a while there, we were debating it every year, and I've never been satisfied where we left it. Besides the issues that Councillor Lovelace has raised, this was often so clouded as an issue, like people weren't differentiating. This is the cost to the HRM property, your roads and sidewalks, the public good. It's not a service to specific property the way the other stormwater charge that's on the Halifax water bill is. Based on impervious area. This is the public good, and typically we've always paid for public good out of taxation. And on the equity piece, and I would like, if we're going to do, I was prepared to make a decision on this today, but if the councillor would like more info, I'll pretty much never will say no to that. So if we are deferring this on equity, the piece that I would like to also see included is the implications of doing this as a tax rate versus doing it as a fee. Because when I looked at this back in 2017, when I was arguing vigorously and losing continually, this argument is that by having it as a flat fee, basically you are cutting the cost to the highest value properties and increasing the cost to the lowest value properties. And when I worked it out in 2017, it was at, it's no doubt changed today because of how much the assessments have changed, but that kind of tipping point was $320,000. So if your property was less than $320,000 in value, you paid more as a flat fee than you would if it was on the tax rate. Whereas if your property was worth more than 320, you ended up paying much less. And it was, once you got up to about $1 million, it was almost $100 less a year that you would pay by having it as a flat fee. And so that has never sat well with me. And so I hope that if we're doing a deferral here that's going to talk about equity, we can capture that lens as well, because I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Can't help but think once your renovation is done, you might be in that category, Councillor Austin, but that's immaterial. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Like Councillor Austin, I'm ready to vote for this now. When we had this discussion the last time, we were outvoted, but we wanted to put it, a few of us wanted to put it on the general rate. It's a bill. It's a bill like any other bill we get. You know, if we have outside legal advice, or if we, you know, fix a pothole, or if we do anything, we just pay for it, and we pay for it as a general cost of doing business as a municipality. And I've thought this was bungled from the beginning, and it's not staff's fault. I think council, in the ping pong that Councillor Austin mentioned, this got kind of screwed up in a couple places. I remember, you know, one of the reasons why we were thinking that the general rate would be better is when this went back to the property assessments, each account got a bill, not each property owner. So I remember the condos that were getting 3 bills because they had a condominium and 2 parking spots. And then it turned out we couldn't rebate them because we can't give money back to people once we've taken it from them. So it was kind of a crazy situation, and it is Groundhog Day, but I will support the supplementary report, because I think for folks who haven't been around for the debate back and forth, it would be good. And just for all of us, it'd be good to have that kind of information and perspective. And the equity and fairness portion, and the simple fact that it's a bill like any other bill we get, we should put it on the general rate. But anyway, I'll wait till the information comes back and see where we go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, you've been here for a number of these discussions as well.
Like forever. So yeah, I just wanted to provide even deeper like history on this. So one of the unintended consequences of making this a tax single fee, a fixed fee per PID, per property on the tax rate, was that in newer condo buildings, for example, people's parking spots and storage facilities are separate PIDs. So suddenly you had people who had a parking spot, a condo, and a storage locker paying 3 times. Boy, were they happy about that, right? And then you look at the assessed value of the storage space was like $120. It doesn't contribute to water runoff at all. So I mean, I can't support a single fee per PID on the tax rate. And I also had questions at the time. I like Sam and Sean, I supported putting it on as tax, but I do feel that there is an issue we're going to have to grapple with, which is, do we really want to put it on the general rate and then raise taxes for people who are outside the Halifax water area? And I know, and I've heard the arguments both ways, but I did not. I felt that it should be an area rate in the Halifax water area where people are receiving the service. And I'm entirely comfortable with people who own property that's worth more paying more. And so I just wanted to give that little bit of color there, that it's really, you know, you had people who owned a little square foot, like not even on a road, no houses on it, and suddenly they're getting the same fee as someone who owns $1 million house. And I don't think any of us want to see that, go down that road again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, just in this brief conversation, there's going to be a lot to discuss on this issue. And I think, you know, for those of us that haven't been involved in the debate before, kind of a lot to learn as well. I'm just wondering when this comes back, you know, if it's possible to maybe move this to committee of a whole, just given the kind of history with this, the complexity with it, and I think the important discussion. And I don't know how or when one makes that suggestion, but I just wanted to put that out there because I think it's an important discussion, and one that we need to, just so we don't end up going through this again and coming up with a solution that might not be right. Like maybe we really do need to do a deeper dive.
Okay, well, we'll take that back to agenda review, and certainly this is the kind of thing that might benefit from a committee of the whole. The only thing I can say, having been here as long as Councillor Mason and others, is we've decided there's so many ways that at some point in time, we made a decision that everybody would agree with. but then we've changed it on a couple of occasions as well. Councillor, I think Deputy Mayor, I think it's just you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that Kathy O'Toole is on the call. I did have a quick question for Halifax Water. Oh, there she is. Hi, Kathy. So, this is, as you know, this has been going back and forth for a long time. Groundhog Day, definitely. We've got just under 100,000 Halifax Water customers, so the ratepayers actually paying this currently. We know that with the stormwater expansion, we're going to increase the number of customers in HRM for Halifax Water with that road transfer from the province. But I guess my question is around kind of pushing into that equity piece. When the Utility Review Board made their decision to charge HRM for the stormwater for the right of way, was there any discussion, or has there been any consideration since then around the province actually implementing their fair share of right-of-way, considering all the 100 series highways and the stormwater that's contributing, into Halifax, not you personally, but into the Halifax water stormwater system. But the provincial highways are not included. So I'm just trying to figure out when we look at who the customers are and who the customers are not. I think that's something that Halifax Water could really assist with in helping us understand, that equity piece.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
When the matter was originally heard by the URB, Halifax Water had originally argued that transportation corridors should be exempt from the stormwater charge. When the URB went down a path of indicating that the municipality was a customer receiving service for the right-of-way, we did raise the issue that we knew there were some other property owners who owned roads, like the provincial government, the Bridge Commission, the port, a few other, property owners within our stormwater service area. And at that point in time, the URB ruled just worry about charging the municipality for now. That's the majority of the road network. We have subsequently done a deep dive on ownership of road parcels, and in our current application that we filed with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board on Friday, we are proposing that the other road owners be charged similar to the charge to the municipality, just to enhance the equity in terms of how road parcels are treated. And that also helps to mitigate some of the increase in the stormwater right-of-way charge that HRM would be billed for. And of course, that's a matter before the URB. We won't know the outcome of that for at least 6 months.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, so I do think that if we defer this, that provides a little bit more time to do a deeper dive, pull some of the information together so that we can have as you say, Councillor Cuttle, great idea, have a fulsome conversation at Committee of the Whole. So thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're ready unless there's more questions.
I don't see any more questions. So we're going to vote on the deferral on 1516, Ian. It was put in the chat earlier.
Beginning with District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting. It says everything's working, but can you hear me right now? I was working before. All right.
Yes, we can. You just need to speak into your watch like you did.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
Love you
All
too.
right. I think we've learned not to ask questions like that with open-ended answers on this council. Thank you. That motion's carried. We will move to 1517. This is private on-demand accessible transportation service. Council, what is your wish?
You please put the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mason, that would be peachy.
Oh, I love that. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 award tender number 21415 private on-demand accessible transportation service as a 3-year contract to the sole bidder meeting specification Seniors Transit Inc. for a maximum life cycle cost of $1,805,013 net HST included, with funding from Halifax Transit 2022-23 proposed operating budget account R637 as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated February 4th, 2022. And 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to execute the contract with Seniors Transit subject to terms and conditions acceptable to the CAO and approval to form an authority by legal services. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell was pretty aggressive on the second. I got to give it to him. Councillor Mason.
I started first.
It's a problem with the internet, Councillor Kent, is that we're all lagging a little bit, and it's just not fair, right? Can't wait to
Or maybe you guys are just louder.
There's so many jokes I can make, and I'm not going to. I'd like to thank IT, by the way, for dropping by a new keyboard so that I could actually participate. So Councillor Hansby can blame Corey for the fact that I'm back in the meeting properly. I have nothing to say, and I think I can sense Council's excitement based on how aggressively so many people tried to second this. This is a great day. This is something we've been working on for years and years to get to this point. This is a way to overcome the fact that at the same taxi fare, accessible cabs don't make enough money to cover their capital cost, the wear and tear on the larger vehicles and buying larger vehicles. And so what we've seen is, after an initial move of a lot of people to get a license through to do accessible, that we've seen people steadily retreating from that. And as their cars wear out, they'd replace them with regular sedans. So we've known for some time that some kind of new process or program was required, and that that the market wasn't going to supply this in an equitable way. And so I'm really glad to see that staff have been able to deliver this today. There will no doubt be bumps and bruises along the way, but this is a great step toward providing that equity we've been looking for. So thank you very much, staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just if I could, before I go to Councillor Mancini, your point is well taken, that I think the whole time we've been on council, we've been looking at this. Councillor Steve Craig, who was elected with us in 2012, was a big proponent of this. Jerry Post and others have advocated this, so it is a good day, I think, at least, unless people feel differently. Councillor Mancini?
No, I agree, Mr. Mayor. It is a good day. When I first got elected in 2016, I started hearing from people that have mobility issues, and our accessible bus system was really, with all due respects, was in shambles, and we've come a long way with our accessible bus system, and very pleased to hear about the advancements. And now with this program, again, we've come a long way. Now, I do have some questions about it. The report talks about 10 new vehicles. They're starting off with the 5 first. I wasn't clear in the report, can someone speak to the time frame of the 5, the time frame of the 10? And then, and also, I know when we originally approved to move on this, we talked about the number, but could someone go back and repeat how we came to the number of 10? And is 10 enough?
Okay, I'm looking to see, do we have Bill Cutler or Patricia Hughes we have with us? Look at that. Good afternoon, Patricia.
Hello, Patricia Hughes. I'm the Director of Planning and Customer Engagement at Halifax Transit. Certainly happy to answer questions on this report today. In terms of getting to the number 10, we did consult with stakeholders in the industry, the taxi industry, staff, And we also did some public consultation asking about demand. So, but 10 is a bit of an estimate. I think that we won't know until the service is running how much demand there is. And for that reason, we expect there to be readjustments over the first few years for sure as we get up and running. The time frame, so the vendor does have 5 vehicles available now so that they can get started. So we thought rather than wait until they have the full 10, let's get these on the road. They should be able to get those up and running in the next 8 to 12 weeks. And then the remainder of the fleet in 2 to 3 months after that. Part of it is acquiring the vehicles. There's also a lot of logistics in terms of the taxi licensing and training the drivers and all of that. So it'll be about 2 or 3 months following before they're all 10 are up and running. And I would also just clarify that the 10 vehicles is 10 on the road from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays and 3 to 3 on Saturdays. So they certainly may end up acquiring more than that to have spares. But what we're looking for is 10 available on the road during those periods.
Thank you, Patricia. Again, as the mayor stated, and Councillor Mason, they're very excited for this. Well done. I look forward to it. I anticipate that we'll probably need more than 10, but and there will be bumps along the road, but those bumps are probably caused by the odd pothole. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. And I would say that, yes, as Councillor Mancini mentioned, there are bumps on the road currently, and we are working on fixing them, but that is a completely separate issue. At this point, I'm absolutely in favor of this. I think having this as a service come forward is phenomenal. I've been looking forward to it. I'm looking to see us strengthen what we have as far as taxi capabilities around the municipality. The last time I took a taxi, I called them and I said, I'd like a taxi to go from here to there. How long will it be? And they said, well, we don't tell people how long it'll be. We don't provide an estimate on when we will come and pick you up. You just have to wait there, and we'll be along sometime. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 2 hours, but please be patient. We will get there. So I'm pleased to see in the RFP that there are timeframes established for the 2 zones. In the urban suburban, if I'm reading this correctly, urban suburban tax designation areas. The taxi has to be there within 15 minutes, 40% of the time, and 30 minutes, at least 80% of the time. And I think that's fantastic. I was wondering about distribution around HRM. That covers the most populated area in the time that it takes to get anywhere. So this is great. I see this in the RFP. I don't see it in the report, and I didn't see the contract. So I'm wondering what we're able to do as far as holding the vendor accountable to this for making sure that that taxi will get there on time. Is that in the contract? Yeah. What other performance-based measures do we have to be able to hold them accountable to? Thank you.
Tricia?
Sure. Yes, that's absolutely in the contract, and the councillor did correctly quote those service standards. Yeah, it was in the RFP. It may not be in the staff report, but certainly those standards are in the contract. And we will be. Our intent is to get regular reports back from them about all requested service, fulfilled trips, as well as any denied service, and that'll all be reported back to council too. So you can keep an eye on those numbers.
Okay, so we would be getting the reports back from the vendor on the vendor's performance. Would we be receiving reports from any other avenue on the vendor's performance, 311 calls or anything else?
Yes, staff will be collecting that, tabulating, and bringing back as regular council reports. Assuming that there may be times to readjust and tweak throughout the years, we certainly intend to bring that data back to you on a regular basis.
Okay, super. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm that this service will be, you don't have to live within the Accessibus catchment area in order to access this service, that it will be available HRM wide. And also wondering too, is it going to be capable of, will these vehicles be capable of taking mobility scooters? Because I know that they tend to be a little bit heavier and maybe even a little bit wider than the conventional wheelchair. I'm just wondering if they will have that capability as well. Thank you.
In response to the councillor's questions, absolutely, it would be HRM wide. It's not limited in any way to a geographic boundary the way that transit service is. So this would be across the municipality. In terms of the mobility scooters, I'm hesitant to provide a blanket response because there's so much variation in them. But I can find out the specifications that their vehicles would take. I would assume they could take most of them. I would just hate to commit to every single scooter.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions in regards to the company itself, Seniors Transit Inc. I looked under Registry of Joint Stocks and I don't find their name. So how long have they been an incorporated company in this province? And second, in regards to the service territory, in their service plan or proposal, have they made a proposal of how geographically dispersed these services will be? And how will these complement or compete with Musco Rider or Bay Riders who also have accessible bus, accessible services? And my last question will be similar to what Councillor Blackburn asked about mobility scooters. Will they also be allowed to take an assistant along? But some folks may require a person to do a special aid person to assist them with their activities. Will that be a free service or an additional charge on top of that as an extra rider or not?
I think I got all those questions there. So the company has been around since 2018. It is on joint stocks. I think it took us a second the first time too. It might be the way that the capitalization or something, but it is in there. They do provide transportation in the municipality right now. Private transportation to a number of clients that are very satisfied with their service. And they are creating a bit of a branch company. So it'll be marketed as Extra Care Accessible Taxi. So that's what you'll see instead of Seniors Transit when we're promoting this service. Geographical boundary. There is, I might have lost track of what the question around that was, but it would be service everywhere in the municipality. The standards, so the standards are meant to help the vendor organize themselves around the business. So they may find that on Tuesday they want to spread their cars out everywhere, and on Wednesdays they have a lot more clients on the Dartmouth side, and on Thursday evenings all the demand's in Sackville. So we want to give them the flexibility to put their cars where they need to be to address demand. So that's why we've established it as standards and not, there must be a car in all of these locations. It's really about providing that good quality service. In terms of competing with existing rural transit providers, those are really public transit, whereas this is private taxi service, which is quite a bit different. I would say one of the largest differences, maybe the fares, right? Because transit ourselves or the rural transit agencies usually charge a flat fare. These will be taxi fares. So you're paying for that premium personalized private service. So we don't see a lot of competition happening between the two. We see it as more different, plentiful options for people that they don't have now. And in terms of assistance, certainly the vans that they have now and plan on using would hold one mobility device and 3 other passengers at this time, to be the same as if any of us call a cab. If we've got 2 friends with us, whatever it is, that's fine. It's just based on the taxi fare and the taxi bylaw.
Thank you, Patricia. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Patricia. And I think you may have just answered part of my question when, we're seeing this as a private taxi service. And I'm also wondering, a little bit more about the geography, about where they will go, like anywhere in HRM. But if there's only 5 and then to the potential of 10 vehicles, has the company expressed any interest in the very rural part of HRM and how they might address that? And what kind of costs would they be looking at? Have they talked about, I didn't quite see it in the report and maybe I just missed it, but the cost per ride kind of thing per kilometer?
Patricia.
Sure. So there's no cost per ride in the report because we really are falling back on the taxi bylaw, which council can approve and update from time to time. So it will be those fares. Okay. Certainly, the longer the trip, the more expensive it is. we wouldn't expect as much demand in the rural areas because it is expensive when you're traveling long distances. So we would expect some, but not as much demand. So I think that the way we've set it up is that they're not able to deny any trips unless all 10 vehicles are busy and are meeting service standards and are out there, and it's really just a matter of there's more demand than we were prepared for. So if anyone calls from the rural area for a cab, we would expect them to meet that demand. But at the same time, we wouldn't hold them to the same standards in terms of getting there in 15 minutes, right? Because you know that the trips can be significantly longer. So we still expect them to meet that rural demand and station their cars or their vans accordingly so that they can, acknowledging that it's going to be longer trips and more costly fares. So probably not a lot of demand.
Okay. Thank you very much, Patricia.
Welcome.
Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just further on the taxi fares, I noticed on the webpage for Seniors Transit that if you want to find out the prices, you have to request a quote. Is that how it's going to continue to be done? And also, will there be a link to this service from Metro Transit's web pages, or will it be entirely separate? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the parent organization Seniors Transit now does operate under a different model where they do a lot of charter service, and so their website talks about quotes. That won't be the case with this extra care accessible taxi. It will be the taxi fare bylaw applying, and I believe there's even the availability, in the app or when you call to get an estimate of what your fare is, kind of in real time as you're booking that. So it will be separate, whereas now they're more of in some ways operate like a charter. Perhaps not from the Halifax Transit website, but from the HRM website. I think that we can probably make that available. Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. I see no other questions.
Question.
We will. I will just say this, Patricia, you sure know your stuff. Thank you very much. Let's go to the vote.
Beginning with Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
I have no idea what you're voting on. I just got back from FCN.
We're taking $100 grand from your district and giving it to District 5 and 6.
Private on-demand taxi.
Let's continue the vote.
If I can vote, then I'll vote for it, but I wasn't here.
That's a good call.
Not a public hearing.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Again, thank you to our staff, particularly to Patricia. We will go to 15.1.8. This is the Rapid Housing Initiative, True North Crescent, and we will go to True North Strong and Free. Councillor Mancini on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor. 1, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, negotiate a tri-party agreement with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, and the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, AHANS, and amend buyback agreement with AHANS regarding parties' respective rights, responsibilities for development of use of 80 True North Crescent, Directive for Affordable Housing, sustainability in accordance with the draft agreements included in attachment A and B of the staff report dated February 9, 2022, subject to further amendments as the CEO may deem advisable. 2, authorize the CEO to direct the mayor and municipal to execute the said agreements on behalf of the municipality. 3, authorize the CAO to amend the agreements between the municipality hands for the sale, development, and use of 64, 67, 80, 91 True North Crescent on terms that he is his discretion deems advisable to facilitate and support the development of affordable housing on the subject lands. So moved.
Second, Councillor Stoddard.
Second by Councillor Stoddard. Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. This is just a simple change to the buyback agreement. But for some of my colleagues and newer colleagues may not be familiar with this. This was a property that we weren't using, and we had taken advantage of the funding that was available to build. Some of the units will be affordable housing, so that's fantastic. So support what's here. It's simple. I do have a question about the project itself. It was some time ago that we did this, and I'm wondering, where are we with the timeline for construction? When do we expect something to start? How long for it to be completed? A lot of the residents are eager to find that out, and a lot of the folks that will take advantage of this housing are also eager to find out. So the staff can clarify some timing, that'd be great.
Okay, I see an all-star lineup here. Colin Walsh, Michael Wild, Peter Sticking, all have their face. Who wants the question?
I could start, Mr. Mayor. Peter Stickings.
Very well.
So three to the councillor. So as Councillor Mancini mentioned, this is certainly a lot of paperwork, but certainly a fantastic outcome and a significant amount of financing. So the new amended buyback actually moves the completion date from 60 months to 36 months. So next steps is to get the financing in place with CMHC and get the agreement signed up, and then the Affordable Housing Association will have 36 months to complete the project. So it's doing a lot here. It's putting the money in play, and it's moving up the timeline.
Thank you for that, Peter. This is a good thing. We know we're in a housing crisis. There's been criticism of this municipality not doing anything for affordable housing. This is surplus property that we had, and we sold it for $1 per unit. I mean, that's fantastic news. It's frustrating that it's taking so long, but as Peter said, there's lots of paperwork to get through this. But hopefully now we will see some work happen in 36 months, actually see some people moving in. So fantastic work. We should all be proud of this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent. Councillor Kent.
Excuse me.
Was that for me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. In favor.
Thank you. 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor of the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. 15.1.9 is proposed amendments to administrative order for license, permit, and processing fees to forgive the sidewalk fees. Amen. Council, what is your wish?
Again, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Mason, you may have some of these in your district. I'll go to you.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license, permit, and processing fees administrative order, as set out in attachment 2 of the staff report dated February 16th, 2022. I so move.
Second.
This is as I said to councillors since the onboarding of the new councillors, you'll start to see things again and again and again, and you won't have to read them. So this is exactly the same report as last year. It's exactly the same report as the year before, and the idea is to waive the fees for sidewalk cafes, for restaurants and bars in our throughout the municipality to help them get back on their feet, recovering from COVID impacts. So I'd ask for your support on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I have anybody on this. Councillor Mancini, were you on the last one or this one?
Yeah, no, this one, just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, if I may. This is a COVID recovery action. Unlike other orders of government where we can cut checks for our businesses, we can't do that. So this is another example of what we can do, and those things we'll be looking at as the days and weeks ahead. So fully support this. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this as well. We do know that our restaurants need help and, getting back on their feet, and, sidewalk cafes also add a lot to our city and the enjoyment of our residents and visitors. I'm just wondering, under the financial implications in the report, it doesn't state actually how much is being forgiven through not applying the fees. And, I just think that's an interesting question in terms of how much do we generally generate through sidewalk cafe and patio fees, license fees, and what is the financial implication in terms of dollars and cents and revenue that we're not generating. Just in terms, I think when we look at all the support, COVID-19 support we're giving, it's kind of nice to kind of get a big picture of how we're supporting it and how much that is in actual dollars and cents.
Thank you. Hillary Hayes, good afternoon. Welcome back to council.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Hillary Hayes, Supervisor of Licensing. Roughly $60,000 was around what we would have taken in last year, and we're assuming all of those people are coming back. So that would be the amount that we would be looking at this year as also not being included or collected.
All right, thanks. I'm just wondering, why wouldn't that be included in the financial implications?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'll just defer to my manager, Andrea McDonald, for this one, just with some budgeting implications that came up.
Andrea. Good afternoon.
Yes, good question. I can't really address as to why we didn't include it, but it's something we would consider for futures to have a better indication for council to be aware of what it could have been as far as the revenue is concerned. So yes, we would consider it if we have to do this again for another year. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
And voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Otet.
Voted yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
Thank you. Oh, and Councillor 1, Councillor Jacob Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Ian. That motion passes. That's good. Thank you very much to Hillary and Andrea and to Kelly Dente as well. 15.110 is the assignment of contract RFP Household Special Waste Services. Councillor Mancini on this one, perhaps?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just getting the camera on. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council consent to the assignment of the municipality's existing contract with the temporary environmental for RFP 19-058 Household Special Waste Services to GFL Environmental Services and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to execute an assignment and assumption agreement to permit the assignment. So moved.
I'll second that.
Second, Councillor Russell. Thank you. Councillor Mancini?
Yeah, not much on this, Mr. Mayor. Pretty straightforward. Let's get her done.
Okay. Are we ready for the, no, we're not. Sorry. I didn't see you there, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. So this is a contract with GFL, and I'm just wondering how many contracts we have, or do we know how many contracts we have with GFL? What I'm concerned about is that so much of our contracted services would be with one or two or three organizations, and what sort of risk does that present us with? I don't know if I can get an answer to that today. I was tardy in reading this report, so I do apologize for that. But I'm simply wondering if we have an answer to that.
Well, I see the inestimable Andrew Philopoulos has joined us. Andrew, did you want to take that one?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the councillor. So in short, my understanding is the other contracts that GFL has with the municipality all reside in solid waste. So they have one collection area contract, and they also have one condo collection contract. So they do have some other contracts with solid waste. I would say that they're certainly not the biggest player in our solid waste system.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. I'm not sure why I'm not on camera here. Hold on a second. There we go. Thanks for that. Just for context, as I recall, in the last round of contracts for solid waste, didn't GFL lose a bunch of areas, Andrew?
Through the mayor of the council, that is correct, councillor. They went from, I think they had 3 collection areas as part of the residential curbside program, and upon the award in 2020, that was reduced to 1.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
It carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. 15.111 is the HRM Affordable Housing Grant Program Update and additional funding for Compass. I'll just let people know this is going to require a 2/3 vote as well. So, Council, what is your wish? Who wants this one?
Where is this one?
15.111, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 2, the Audit and Finance Committee Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of Council Administrative Order that requires Audit and Finance to review and make recommendations regarding withdrawals from reserves not approved in the approved budget before being tabled at Council. 2, approve an unbudgeted reserve withdrawal from Reserve Q640 bonus zoning $415,245 to operating account C320 policy and strategic planning And 3, direct the chief administrative officer to allocate an additional $415,245 from the bonus zone reserve to increase the total funding allocated to the 2021-22 Affordable Housing Grant Program. I so move.
Second.
Second by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Mason, anything on it?
Just a fabulous project for those who haven't had a chance to look at it yet, on a great little piece of property. This has its roots in a land deal where we clarified that property would only be owned by CMHC and they would release their hold on historic properties. And then CMHC wanted this land to be able to do affordable housing. It's taken longer, I think, than anybody had hoped, but co-op Compass is going to be a cooperatively owned housing project. And I'm very excited to see it moving ahead. It's something that Councillor Smith and I have been involved with since Compass first came on the scene, advising them and supporting them in their federal applications. I will say the $415,000 doesn't really faze me because I asked staff over 4 months ago how much money is in the housing reserve from density bonusing, and it was 1.8 million, right? So this is the money is there to do this. That's what that money is for. And now we're going to make more affordable housing happen. So I support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead. Councillor Oathead. Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, Councillor Mason. We'll do 15.1.2, Rapid Housing Initiative Housing Nova Scotia funding.
Mr. Mayor, I'll need to declare a conflict in this particular matter, please.
Thank you. Who would like to take that one? 15.1.2. Councillor Purdy?
I can read the motion if you like,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I'm just getting it up.
Look, I can read it for Councillor Purdy and then she can speak to it. How's that, Mr. Mayor?
It's up to Councillor Purdy. She had her hand up. Do you want to wait?
Oh my
15.1.2.
goodness. I can't believe this. This is what happens when you have too many windows open.
Well, shall we go to Councillor Mancini to put it on the floor, and then you can speak to it if you wish, Councillor Purdy?
Yeah, I have it.
15.1.2, Rapid Housing Initiative.
Yeah, it is. I move that Halifax Regional Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate and execute contribution agreements and any amendments or consents arising from them with Housing Nova Scotia and the third-party non-profit recipients of the Rapid Housing Initiative as further discussed in this report to receive and distribute provincial capital and operating funding to support the affordable housing developments funded through the Rapid Housing Initiative City Stream. So moved.
Seconded.
Second.
By Councillor Russell. Councillor Purdy.
Well, we have had discussion about this Rapid Housing Initiative already. It's exciting. It is needed. Very exciting for the Akuma which is in my district, and it's just been a very long process for them. So it's very exciting to see things moving forward, but not just with them. There's representation from many parts of our municipality here with this funding. So it's very good. It's exciting, and looking forward to the results, seeing what this does.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I'm voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Colleagues, we're going to go to work coming out of Audit and Finance Standing Committee. The first two have been approved on consent. 15.2.1 was the award of the alternative procurement for the Broad Street North Roundabout. 15.2.2 is the write-off of uncollectibles. So we will go to 15.2.3, management of solid waste operations audit action plan. I have Councillor Mancini's name on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the following motion on the floor, that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report regarding an action plan to address the recommendations outlined in the management of solid waste operations audit report within 1 year.
Second.
Seconded.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And so, well done. If all the Auditor General's audits of our departments are like this one, we're in good shape. Just a couple of recommendations came out of this. Nobody in solid waste family members getting an extra green bin, so it's all good. So well done, Andrew and your team. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. Councillor
Did you
Smith?
get it?
Yep, 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Thank you.
What item was that, Mr. Clerk?
That was
15.2.3.
On the solid waste operational
Yes.
audit? I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. We'll move to 15.3.1. This is coming out of CPED, Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee. This is the Hotel Association of Nova Scotia, Tourism Marketing and Event Leadership for HRM. We do have a presentation on this. I know that Elizabeth Taylor is here. I know that Maggie McDonald is here. I see Ross Jefferson, the President and CEO of Discover Halifax. I understand perhaps Megan Delaney's here as well, who is a leader, and yeah, Megan Delaney, who is the head of the Hotel Association. Is it Elizabeth who's taking this away?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, colleagues. My name is Elizabeth Taylor, Manager of Culture and Events, and I'm here to present to you on the funding request from the Hotel Association of Nova Scotia to support tourism marketing and event attraction leadership for the region. Executive members of the Hotel Association, HANDS is the acronym, Discover Halifax, and other key stakeholders have engaged with staff over the past 5 years to support the development of a proactive, aligned, and resourced approach to major events attraction, staging, and legacy, and to envision what is the most effective and the efficient service model for delivery. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the history of when the municipality received the authority to enact a municipal tourism marketing levy bylaw, the establishment of bylaw H400, its increase from 1.5 to 2%, and the current memorandum of understanding between HANDS and HRM. The MOU provided for a distribution of 2/3 of the marketing levy to as yet unnamed destination management organization, and 1/3 of the marketing levy to the HRM Special Events Reserve. Discover Halifax's formation as HRM's DMO was triggered by this MOU. Next slide, please. As HANDS has requested DH take on a leadership role in the attraction and selling of major events on behalf of the municipality, it is important to understand the role of HRM as it functions within the broad landscape of event tourism. This slide describes the municipal role in support of major hosting events as a funder, the development of the 2010 HRM Major Events Hosting Strategy and its implementation. In meetings starting in 2016 and going well into 2017, staff led a collaborative process with industry stakeholders to establish a foundation which could build a focused approach to events, attraction, and hosting. Staff had heard for previous years that the industry wished that HRM took on a more proactive approach rather than reactive to events attraction. These discussions were both collaborative and constructive, despite the complexity of issues. In 2019, to assist with the roles and responsibilities program, the municipality undertook an analysis of the current state of bidding and hosting through the Canadian Sports Tourism Assessment Template, the results of which are included in the report as attachment 3. The Stat Pro is an in-depth analysis typically conducted in advance of developing or revising an event strategy so that there is a consistent way to assess the information and the current performance of the sports and cultural tourism programs. The final report was submitted to staff in July 2019. As staff started to review the 49 recommendations, COVID-19 appeared, and with the onset, staff turned their focus to assessing the impacts of COVID on tourism and event tourism, and developing an events and programming recovery plan. In early 2021, as Council endorsed the Halifax Regional Integrated Tourism Master Plan, the executive HANDS initiated a return to negotiations with HRM on the MOU. Over the past months, productive discussions continued, and the agreement was finalized on December 20th, 2021 for Council's consideration. Next slide, please. A common thread that you will hear throughout this presentation and in the report is that HAND's premise was and remains today that in terms of destination marketing, DH is underfunded against its competitor markets. In late February 2017, executive members of HANDS appeared before the Community Planning and Economic Development Committee and gave a presentation about this subject matter entitled Economic Growth Through Partnerships. In March, a letter followed from the president of HANDS and detailed the request for increased funding, as seen on this slide and summarized as HRM increasing funding to DH by 1.5 million annually to support destination marketing and the creation of a lead agency. And if HRM provided the increased funding, HANDS would support a 1% increase to the hotel levy from 2% to 3%, generating 1.5 million. And that HRM designate DH as a lead agency for selling events. And that the additional 3 million be split with the current 60-40 split. Currently, HRM receives 40% of the total revenue generated from the hotel levy tax for the purposes of supporting tourism and economic development by funding special events, and 60% supports the operation of Discover Halifax. Next slide, please. HANDS has been leading the initiative of increasing the marketing levy from 2% to at least 3% since 2016. Their members believe with a larger budget, there is an opportunity for Discover Halifax to directly increase the tourism and hotel revenue in HRM. On the current slide, you will note the cities that HANDS have identified as cities in direct competition with the municipalities, and the competitors are identified by population and size of the destination. Next slide, please. Now that we've identified our competitors, it's important to note their budgets. This graph shows that Discover Halifax is marketing significantly less, as I said before, than their peer groups. There is no current investment in festivals, events, and sports and travel trade. Investment in destination marketing is limited to rubber tire markets only. With the proposed investment, there is an opportunity of select fly markets, opportunity for select international air route development, and improved relationships with the travel trade. Next slide, please. This graph from 2017 shows the total budget per year for Discover Halifax in comparison to other DMOs in 11 cities. It is important to note that New Brunswick has introduced a 3.5% hotel levy tax, and Ontario has introduced new 4% hotel taxes for Toronto, Ottawa, Brockville, North Bay, and Huntsville. Next slide, please. So now we find how the investment will be spent. As you'll see from this slide, HANDS, in consultation with Discover Halifax, has identified 4 key investment areas for new and increased programming. Through a phased approach and dependent on available funding, a portion of the investment is proposed to be dispersed to core programs, some of which are currently operational, such as the destination sales and marketing, to which the largest investment will be expended, while other core programs are new and will be developed in addition to the current sales and attraction activities, such as destination development and COVID recovery, establishing an events office, and the development of a conference incentive program. Next slide, please. In order to deliver on HRM's commitment to provide matching funds equal to the increase to the levy of 1.5 million, staff proposed that an incremental increase of $250,000 per year from general revenues for a total period of 4 years would total the $1 million, and for the remaining funds, staff proposed the amount, when approved, is collected from funds from the marketing levy on short-term rental accommodations. which staff estimate to be in excess of $500,000. Next slide, please. This graph shows the baseline of the existing supplementary grant to Discover Halifax, and then the incremental increase of the 250 to 24-25 to reach $1 million. Next slide, please. There is no question we are in a recovery period that requires rebuilding and evolution in the way we approach destination management and marketing and event tourism. With the devastating impact of COVID-19 on the hotel industry and on Discover Halifax with the reduction in the marketing levy funds, approval of the funding plan is critical to tourism recovery in the region and is a mechanism to enable municipal support to this valued industry. Next slide, please. In closing, you have before you the recommendation. And as the mayor said, I am joined by Mr. Ross Jefferson of Discover Halifax and Ms. Megan Delaney, as well as Maggie McDonald, to answer any questions you may have. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. There's a number of people that could put this on the floor. We could have it come from the chair of CPED or from Councillor Cuddle, who is on the board, but I've had a request from somebody who has a long and distinguished history with this program. I'm going to ask Councillor Hensby to put it on the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. What goes around comes around. I had the privilege of being a member of the legislature to introduce this legislation for the incorporation of this levy, and I'd like to move the following motion for the next evolution of it. The Halifax Regional Council, 1, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to execute a non-binding memorandum of understanding with the Hotel Association of Nova Scotia, a society formed under the Societies Act of Nova Scotia, substantially in the form provided in Attachment A of the January 20th, 2022 staff report. And 2, suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 2, the Audit and Finance Standing Committee terms of reference of Administrative Order 1 and the procedures of Council Administrative Order, and include funding for Discover Halifax to support the delivery of enhanced destination marketing and management programs as part of the municipality's 2022-2023 budget planning process for consideration during the budget adjustment list debate in March 2022, with the cumulative contribution to be phased over 3 years as follows: A, $250,000 in the fiscal 2022-23 budget; B, $250,000 in the fiscal 2023-2024 budget; and C, $250,000 in the fiscal 2024-2025 budget; and 3, subject to amendments by the province of Nova Scotia to the Halifax Regional Municipality Marketing Levy Act, respecting the cap on the marketing levy and the extension of the levy to operations of less than 20 rooms or rental units. Direct the Chief Administrative Officer to initiate the process to amend bylaw H400 to implement the amendments to the HRM MLA as necessary. And 4, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or his designate to negotiate and execute a service level agreement on behalf of the municipality with Discover Halifax, including the terms and conditions set out in Table 2 of the discussion section of the January 2022 staff report, and otherwise acceptable to the Chief Administrative Officer. So duly moved.
Thank you.
Second the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Way Mason. Councillor Hensby, you have 15 seconds left if you wish to speak to it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is a long time coming. Like I said, this is the next evolution, hopefully, of the marketing levy. I'm hoping that the new government will be very receptive to our request of amending this. And what I really like to see this is apply to all accommodations across the province, not just here in HRM, but here's an opportunity for the province to have a new revenue source to help fund its tourism marketing and other places with other places across Nova Scotia, especially with its rural enterprise networks in other counties and stuff. So I think it's a great opportunity for the province, it's a greater opportunity for Halifax, and all I do is ask for everyone's support, especially the government's. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see nobody else wanting to jump in. Are we ready for the question on this? Question. Sorry, Ross and Megan, you may not be required today. Question.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
Enthusiastically for the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor of the motion.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Saying yes with 2 thumbs up.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
For Ross and the crew at Discover Halifax, absolutely yes.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
I think I can live with this.
1, Councillor Dago-Gallon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin. 6, Councillor Mancini. Oh, thank you, Councillor. And 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes. I just want to say to Ross that when you send out your note about this to the membership, make sure you indicate that there was a long and vigorous debate at council, and that it was introduced by the person who introduced it into the legislature back in 1953, Councillor David Hensby. I'm going to just break protocol and ask Ross if he might have anything he wants to say. It's a fait accompli, but Ross, any quick thoughts?
Your worship, thank you very much, and thank you to council support. I want to just recognize also the Hotel Association for their longstanding support on this as well. It's not many industries that ask themselves to be taxed or support that. So we've had I think a tremendous relationship with the Hotel Association and beyond with all of the almost 600 members now that belong. Our mission in the organization is to seek to maximize economic and social benefits derived from the tourism industry for the benefit of the people who live, visit, and invest in the region. We know this is a growth industry. We think we've got a wonderful opportunity to shape that growth to better the community for all of us. That is at the core of what we're trying to do. And I just want to, again, echo my support to everyone, including my team and those in the industry and the volunteers that support. So thank you again, everyone, for your support.
Thank you. Megan, any thoughts from you before we go?
From the Hotel Association, we believe in our DMO. We believe in Discover Halifax, Ross and his group, and Halifax. And I really appreciate the support of all the councillors. And I think that Halifax is going to be able to do great things. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's an industry that's been pounded worse than, the restaurants and the bars, it would be the hotel industry, who suffered with just abhorrent vacancy rates. But I'm just going to look at both Ross and Megan. There's good days coming, right?
Very, very good days.
What's that?
They're on the horizon. They're already coming. So we appreciate everyone getting out and supporting local. It's great.
That's great. And I particularly want to thank Ross, who took a bit of a lead on our sort of ad hoc group, along with Kerry Cousins, Wendy Luther, others recently, to animate the city upcoming. So thank you very much. And Elizabeth, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
That required 2/3, which I think it accomplished. 15, what time are we at? 15.3.2, formalizing the relationship between HRM and Everyone Everyday Jabuktuk Halifax. I'm looking to see who's
I think that would be me, Mr. Mayor.
I would be delighted to go to Councillor Blackburn for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report with recommendations on formalizing the relationship between Halifax Regional Municipality and the Everyone Everyday Jabuktuk Halifax, with the intent to, 1, embed the collaborative work of reconciliation in Halifax Regional Municipality business units, 2, center reconciliation in the design and development of civic and social infrastructure. 3, enable Halifax Regional Municipality to participate in more localized and circular economies through participatory city platform. And 4, facilitate joint action around the advancement of the truth and reconciliation and strengthen participation of all residents in inclusive civic development and growth. I so move.
Second.
Second by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Stoddard, Councillor Cuddle, Councillor Purdy, and a bunch of others. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much. And thank you
Councillor
the
Blackburn, sorry.
Quite all right. Thank you so much to everyone who seconded. I just want to, if I could, just put a small amendment on the floor. It was just suggested that the lead sentence to that just be amended to read formalizing the relationship between HRM and the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center with the intent to support the advancement of everyone, every day, Jabuktuk, Halifax, and then the 4 points as follows.
Yes.
I think that's a friendly amendment.
All right, thank you. That was the wording that was suggested by the group. So just a quick little bit of background here, because I know this is asking for a staff report, but at CPED we got an incredible presentation on everyone, every day, Jabuktuk, Halifax, and it was basically a how-to guide on how municipalities can bake reconciliation into their everyday. And so, and thank you so much to the Deputy Mayor, Pam. You helped prepare this motion, and it was your parting gift to CPED before you moved off that committee. And so we thank you for that, and just hoping for support so we can get some more information on this and move forward reconciliation in HRM. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Absolutely, yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. That's carried. Councillor Blackburn mentioned a number of people that were involved in that. I also want to acknowledge people in the city who've worked on the participatory city program, and that would include Mary Chisholm, who is our social policy person, who's off on maternity, as well as Sean McKinley from my office, who's been very involved in this as well. Some good work. 15.3.3, colleagues, is Nourish Nova Scotia.
I'll put the motion on the floor as soon as I scroll down to it. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report to consider HRM endorsement of the Coalition for Healthy School Foods call for development of a universal cost-shared healthy school food program for Canada.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and whoever the seconder is ruled to be. I pulled this off consent because, so the discussion on this at CPED was, basically what's going on in terms of there's lobbying going on right now in advance of the upcoming federal budget to try and, build coalition across the country in support of a national school food program. And When we had the presentation at CPED, we referred it to regional council in hopes that we could endorse it here. What I was trying to avoid doing was getting into a lengthy process of a staff report, but I see, on its arrival here, it's become a request for a staff report. And so I'm just wondering from a procedure point of view, do we really need to go that way, or can we just endorse the coalition's efforts here? It's school lunches. I can't imagine that we're opposed.
I'm not opposed. Ian, you've popped up on this?
Maybe just a briefing note.
Mayor Savage, through to the councillor, the requirement for a staff report is the standard process when it comes to endorsing something like this. It could be a simple 2/3 majority to waive that requirement if that is the desire of council. The question would be, is there any financial implications, all those pieces? That's the elements that the staff report would bring forward, but that can be waived with a 2/3 majority vote to waive that.
Okay, thank you, Ian. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask our CEO if he has any concerns if we were to waive that and endorse this. This is us endorsing, asking the feds to spend their money.
I've never known the CIO to have a problem with that, but CIO?
Yeah, this is not committing HRM to any financial, make any financial commitment, so I have no issue with it at all.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I don't know how I do this from a procedure point of view then. I'd like to, do we have to shoot this down, or can I amend this, or is there a motion to waive? I'm not sure what to do at this point, if the clerk or legal can help.
Yeah, I would defer to Ian or John on that.
Mr. Mayor, through council, I would suggest a motion to waive the requirement for a staff report.
I will make a motion to waive the requirements for a staff report on this item.
Second.
Can it all be part of the same motion then, to waive the rules and to write an endorsement of this?
I don't see why not.
Mayor Savage, that we can do that.
Okay. So the motion is that we waive the normal rules of council, and that we will urge we endorse the Coalition for Healthy School Foods call for development of universal cost shared healthy school food program for Canada. Councillor Austin, does that sound?
That's what I want to do. Thank you, Mr.
Ian, have you got that? Are we good to vote on that, do you think? Okay.
Question.
Let's go to the vote. I'm getting hungry here.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
In voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And 8, Councillor Smith.
Or?
Thank you.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you, Councillor Austin. And although she didn't get a chance to speak, Letitia Smiley is somewhere out there in our screens, possibly, who's doing amazing work on food. Thank you, Letitia. Appreciate all the work you're doing and the difference that you're making. Thank you so much. I assume you weren't opposed to that motion, Letitia?
Not at all. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the next item is the coming out of environment and sustainability. That was the declining water levels in Williams Lake. That has been passed on consent. Not the declining water levels, but to do something about it. 16 motions, there's none. So we have a couple of in-camera items. Has anybody got an appetite to deal with those, or do we need to go in camera? I'm at your disposal, colleagues. Councillor Russell, I think.
Okay, thank you. For 17.1, I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated February 22nd, 2022, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated February 22nd, 2022 be maintained private and confidential.
Second.
Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Is there any anybody that needs to discuss that? Ready for the question on 17.1?
Question.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hansby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Fourth.
And 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries, colleagues. There was one added item in camera 17.2. Is that Councillor Lovelace or is that the other one? I'm not sure.
It's just an information report, is it not?
No. Membership to committees.
Ah, that's right.
I can move that if you'd like, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Sure. Councillor Russell, if you're okay with that.
Thank you. For 17.2, I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated February 28th, 2022, and 2, direct that the private and confidential staff report dated February 28th, 2022 be maintained private and confidential.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Cuttle.
Question.
Ready for the question.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hansby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
Thank you.
The motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. There are no other added items, so we will go to notices of motion, and I believe Councillor Kent first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move a motion to rescind part two of item number 14.1.4 from the January 10th, 2017 Regional Council meeting, which requested a staff report as follows. Number 2, dependent upon the response from D&D, direct staff to determine requirements to cease whistling operations at the railway grade crossings on Hines Road and Howard Avenue, and initiate the process of coordination among HRM, D&D, and the railway operator to enable whistle cessation at the identified locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at the future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of proposed bylaw C-1200 respecting commercial development districts, the purpose of which is to reduce the impact of the increase in commercial property assessments for eligible commercial properties in the districts by phasing in assessment increases for commercial properties that exceed a standard percentage increase up to a maximum phased-in amount over 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to request that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report on revising the budget approval process timeline for area rate business plans to align more effectively with the municipality's business unit budget process to permit community associations to plan future area rate projects more appropriately and incorporate them into the upcoming fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, colleagues, we have budget tomorrow morning at 9:30. Halifax Fire and Emergency. We have library and then fiscal. We have a contingency date of Friday. We're looking to schedule the return of the Halifax Police Board of Police Commissioners budget. Our next council meeting is not for 3 weeks because of the March break. But on a positive note, I know you hate missing a council week, but on a positive note, our next council meeting will be in person. It will be a campfire meeting. So we look forward to that. If there's nothing else, I will look to District 4 to adjourn the meeting.
I move we adjourn our meeting.
All right, folks, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks all.
Happy